Hi, I'm Chitwan Lalji, a PhD student of Health Economics under the supervision of Dr. Debayan Pakrashi from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kanpur. In one of my essays, I'm interested in understanding the relationship between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. Health indicators, both subjective and objective health indicators like mental health, self-assessed health, various measures of blood pressure and various measures of cholesterol. Measures of blood pressure like systolic and diastolic BP. You have your incidence of high BP, MAP and incidence of high MAP. And as far as cholesterol is concerned, I have tried to concentrate more on total cholesterol, good cholesterol and incidence of high cholesterol. Now before I go on to what have been my major contributions and various policy implications, I would like to briefly tell you about the policy initiatives of WHO and various countries. The WHO, that is the World Health Organization, it started with a campaign of 5 a day. That is, you should have 5 portions of fruits and vegetables per day. That would be approximately, you could say, 400 grams of fruits and vegetables. Now, a portion, before we go further, I'll just tell you what exactly is a portion. One portion is equivalent to a medium-sized apple, or one small glass of fruit juice, which is approximately 150 milliliters, and maybe 3 teaspoons of vegetables. So the WHO went with the 5 a day campaign, which was further taken up by various countries. Countries like UK, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, they adopted the 5 a day policy, while some went for expansionary dietary policies like France, Australia, Canada, Denmark. So, for example, Australia, it went for 2+5 policy, in which it said that you should consume 2 portions of fruits and 5 portions of vegetables per day. And USA went for a policy of fruits and vegetables more matters. That is, you must consume more and more fruits and vegetables. Now, irrespective of these expansionary dietary policies and dietary propagations, it has been found that only 28% of women and 25% of men, they actually meet the recommended dietary norms of 5 a day portion. So the major contribution of my work is firstly to find an association between fruits and vegetables, whether there exists a relationship between fruits and vegetables and health indicators, and if they exist, whether due to heterogeneity in the data, so I will be doing it according to age, by gender and by your weight. So apart from that, I will go for policy recommendations, in which I am basically studying how much fruits and vegetables matter. Apart from that, which type matters more. So for that, I have taken data from the Health Survey of England. Health Survey of England is an annual survey which takes data, which conducts information regularly on demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. You have your lifestyle behaviors like an individual smokes or doesn't smoke, alcohol consumption, you have your sedentary and physical activities, and you have various health indicators also which have been collected. Before I go on to what exactly is my research, I would like to concentrate more on fruits and vegetables, like what kind of questions were asked in the survey. Questions like, what kind of fresh fruit do you eat? Did you eat any dried fruit yesterday? Don't count dried fruits in cereals, cakes. Apart from that, for vegetables, they asked how many tablespoons of vegetables did you eat yesterday? So approximately after this whole survey was conducted, data was converted into portions of fruits, and like for example, 3 tablespoons of vegetables is equivalent to 1 portion. So data was converted and provided to the users, that is us, from the UK Data Health Survey. So the major contributions of my paper is that I found a strong negative association between intake of fruits and self-assessed health, then various measures of blood pressure like mean arterial pressure, high mean arterial pressure, high blood pressure, systolic and diastolic BP, and your total cholesterol. Apart from that, I have found a strong positive association between consumption of vegetables and good cholesterol. So it is recommended in a way that if you want to control your blood pressure, you must consume more and more fruits. And as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact your good cholesterol. Apart from that, I went in for a falsification test. A falsification test is basically conducted to know whether the model that you have adopted and the conclusions that you are drawing are not spurious. So, if a falsification test is done to know, in a way it is tested by seeing an indicator, a health indicator, which is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables. And then we see whether there is significant result or not. If there is no significant result, that means your model is good and your results are non-spurious. So what we did is, for falsification test, we took ear complaints and infectious diseases. Now, ear complaints, like if you are deaf since birth or you have some kind of imbalance, body imbalance, that is not being impacted by your consumption of fruits and vegetables, and we did find insignificant results. Apart from that, infectious diseases like HIV, AIDS, etc., we found similar insignificant results, indicating that our results are not non-spurious. Apart from that, we went, since there was a lot of heterogeneity in the data, like by gender, by age and by weight, we did the regression analysis. We found results which stated that as far as fruits are concerned, it impacts a male's health more than a female's health. So it is basically said a man should consume more fruits to impact his health, whereas as far as vegetables are concerned, they impact a woman's health more. But this has been only seen as far as cholesterol is concerned, the various measures of cholesterol like total cholesterol, good cholesterol and your incidence of getting high cholesterol. Now, after this, we went in for a policy implication, and in the policy implication, we tried to find two policy implications: what matters and exactly how much portion matters. So as far as how much portion matters, we have found that on an average, 5 or more portions of fruits impact your overall health, that is your self-assessed health, your MAP, your incidence of high MAP and incidence of high BP. But if you want to have a good mental health, so you can optimize your mental health by consuming 3 or 4 portions of fruits as well. And similarly, as far as self-assessed health and total cholesterol is concerned, an individual must consume 4 to 5 portions to optimally have the impact of consumption of fruits. Apart from that, vegetables have had a very little impact on your health. It only impacts your incidence of getting high MAP and high BP, and it's seen that only it impacts when you consume 5 or more portions of fruits. So an optimum consumption of 5 or more portions of fruits and vegetables are recommended, but fruits have a more impact on your overall health, on various measures like self-assessed health, mental health, your various measures of blood pressure and various cholesterol levels. Another thing that we find is which type of fruit matters. It has been seen that all size fruits, they impact your self-assessed health, your systolic and diastolic blood pressure, your mean arterial pressure, your high BP and incidence of getting high MAP and high cholesterol. But we find that as far as frozen fruits or canned fruits are concerned, they help in regulating your incidence of getting high MAP or high BP, but it has a trade-off. That means there is something negative happening. It reduces the good cholesterol in your body. Apart from this, if you have an incidence of getting high cholesterol, it is recommended that you must consume fruit juices because it has an impact in reducing your probability of getting high cholesterol. And dried fruits, they impact your self-assessed health. As far as vegetables are concerned, very little impact has been seen. It has only been seen in case of portion of salads and its association with self-assessed health. Another thing that they have seen is vegetables in composite, they have an association with good cholesterol. So overall, my research basically says that there is an association between consumption of fruits and vegetables and various health indicators. And it is highly recommended that an individual, in order to be healthy, must consume 5 or more portions of fruits and 5 or more portions of vegetables per day. But fruits have a more impact on your overall health. Apart from that, all size fruits, they have a better impact on your overall health, your mental health, various measures of blood pressure and cholesterol. So, thank you.
Hello and welcome to this piece of literary snippet. We usually know William Shakespeare as the most revered figure in the history of English literature. But we often tend to forget that he has also been one of the most hated figures in literature. And here I'm not talking only about those boys and girls who have to memorize long sections from Macbeth or King Lear or Julius Caesar before they can go and sit for their school or college exams. But I'm also talking about people who are themselves quite famous authors. Tolstoy, for instance, considered the writings of Shakespeare to be, and I quote, crude, immoral, vulgar, and senseless. George Bernard Shaw absolutely loathed Shakespeare, as he did Homer. But perhaps no other criticism about Shakespeare is more damaging than the one which says that Shakespeare is a marvelous storyteller, provided someone has told him the story earlier. Now, this piece of criticism is particularly damaging because it is true. None of Shakespeare's plays contain any original story whatsoever. They are all written using pre-existing materials, pre-existing stories. Now, does that diminish the stature of Shakespeare as a dramatist? Well, I'll leave that for you to decide. See you in the next episode of Literary Snippets.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Hello everyone. So in our continuing series of discussion on sustainability tools and approaches from different domains, in today's lecture we will be discussing about the domain agriculture. So what we will be discussing is about some basics related to agriculture, the scenario in the Indian context, the unsustainabilities related to this particular context. Then we will go through couple of methods which are called as sustainability assessment of food and agriculture systems, SAFA, response inducing sustainability evaluation, RISE, committee on sustainability assessment, COSA, and criteria for sustainable farming. These are some of the guidelines or measurement tools which can be used in this particular domain for measurement of sustainability or for design of with a sustainability focus. So let's start with trying to understand in a brief manner about agriculture, especially in the context of India. So agriculture is an important sector of the Indian economy and it employs about half of the population and accounts for 13.7% of the nation's GDP and around 11% of its exports. The current average annual growth rate of the sector is around 2.8%. Accelerating the growth rate of this sector is necessary to meet the overall GDP target of the country and meeting the food requirements of the country. Also, as you can see, it's something which employs about half of our population, so you can understand the importance of this particular sector. But while looking for avenues of boosting growth, it is also important to keep in mind the environmental and socio-economic impact of the growth boosting activities. So soon in couple of slides we will start discussing how the current growth boosting activities have had a adverse impact on the environmental as well as the socio-economic aspects. On the global front, food security and sustainable agriculture has been set as top priorities for development by the United Nations. Now, India supports world's 17% of human and 15% of livestock population. on its 2.4% of world's geographical area. Factors like increase in demand for industrialization, urbanization, housing and infrastructure is leading to the conversion of agricultural land into non-agricultural use. Where does all the new land come from? It comes nowhere from. It is agricultural land which is converted into non-agricultural use, which means this land which is available to us for doing agriculture is shrinking day by day. Thus, the scope for expansion of agricultural land in the country is limited, and the reverse effect is true, that the land is actually decreasing. So, we have to increase the productivity of the land so that we can meet our ever increasing demand for food. As per Agricultural Census of Government of India 2010-11, marginal and small farm holdings together account for 85% of the total operational holdings and 44% of the total operated area. Operated area means like not all land which is under agricultural use will be cultivated each and every year. So, operated area or the operational holdings, they demarcate all those land holdings which are actually under cultivation. So, if 85% of our all farm holders are marginal and small farmers, which means most of our farms are less than 2 hectares in size. Thus, most of our farms are smaller than 2 hectares. Also, the average size of the land holding for all operational classes have declined from 2.82 hectares in 1970-71 to 1.16 hectare in 2010 and 2011. So, you can see the drastic decrease, and as a result the requirement to increase the productivity. Another phenomenon is around 50% of the Indian population depends on agriculture as its main source of income. Why I am introducing this topic in this particular manner? Because a large number of us are just not aware about of this entire domain altogether. Many of you must be from rural areas and from agriculture backgrounds, and you might know about all these aspects. But mostly people who are living in cities, they are hardly ever think about the agricultural domain. Hence, this kind of an introduction. So, considering the population dynamics of India, Central Institute of Agricultural Engineering Bhopal predicts in its 2050 vision document that by 2020, which is just 2 years away, 45% of the 230 million agriculture workers will be women. So, half of our population depends on agriculture for its livelihood, and of that 45%, which means almost half of the agricultural workers will be soon women. And unfortunately, our agricultural machinery development and all those sectors are still not geared up to look into this new demographics which is emerging in this particular field. So, none of the machinery is designed keeping in mind the ergonomical requirements of the female population, or the requirement that one needs to train the women to operate them. So, now coming to the, after this brief introduction, I will tell you about some of the problems. So, two of the main sustainability related issues which usually gets discussed in the domain of agriculture is about food security. So, which means you have to have agriculture, the agriculture has to be sustainable so that you can ensure food security for the population. And the other aspect is how can I bring resilience in the agricultural system so that it can combat the climate change. So, say for example, farmers through long historical era, so farmers usually learn how to do farming from their forefathers, and they had learned it from their forefathers. So, the existing agricultural practices, the cycles, the knowledge has evolved over a long period of time. Now, the climate change that we are experiencing is very drastic with respect to the time frame in which all that knowledge has developed. So, how in spite of these climate change, how can we quickly adopt our agricultural practices so that we can still maintain the sustainability of our food sources. So, these are topics related to sustainability of agriculture, because we need food security and because climate change is impacting agriculture in a big way. Now let's look at the other set of problems. Problems caused due to agricultural advances in terms of sustainability. So let's start with discussion on environmental aspects. So India, so all of us know about the Green Revolution, which started mostly in the northwestern part of the country. So Punjab, Haryana, western Uttar Pradesh and adjoining regions, they were the ones who adopted Green Revolution first. As a result, the use of fertilizer, pesticides, irrigation facilities, machinery, they saw a boost, and all that resulted in a bumper crop production for the country and bringing in food security for us. But slowly we can see the economic cost of environmental damage. So if you remember, in our life cycle assessment, we were trying to figure out what is the economic cost of environmental damage. Now the Green Revolution had taken place couple of decades back, and now we can slowly see the economic cost of environmental damage that we have done due to the inappropriate use of fertilizers, pesticides and irrigation. Although there is no systemic pan-India study accounting for this cost is in place, but some studies have been done in certain pockets. So for example, a study of 3 villages in Midnapur district of West Bengal reveals that the villages will require about 50% increase in their current income in order to compensate for the loss of natural resources and environmental deterioration. So you can see this study has been done way back in 1996. This might have increased quite a bit by today. Why so? Because of the environmental damages caused to the soil. Fertilizers and pesticides have poisoned the soils to a certain extent, and you need more and more of them. You have over harvested the fields without leaving the fields fallow and so on. So as a result, to the natural resource of soil has suffered degradation. So in order to still keep on producing the crops, one has to put in lot more fertilizers and other such inputs. So there is a cost related to these inputs. So in order to incur those costs, the farmers will have to have 50% increase in their current income so that they can spend that much amount of money. Also, say for example, due to over irrigation, due to taking out of too much of water from the soil in many parts of the country, the water table has gone way below the mark. So the amount of energy, so now you have to have deeper and deeper bore wells to get water. So the amount of energy spent to draw the water for irrigation has also, the money has tremendously increased. So a study on rice and wheat production in Punjab, this is a study from 2006, shows, this is also a decade back study, so shows that on account of decline in water table, depleting macro and micronutrients and increased use of pesticides, the cost of producing wheat and rice went up by rupees 63 per ton and rupees 189 per ton respectively. So here you can see the point that we were trying to discuss. India is suffering from economic cost of environmental damage due to inappropriate use of fertilizer, pesticides and irrigation, as a result of which the macronutrients, micronutrients, water table has depleted, crop diversity has reduced, leading to increased use of pesticides, and all this has an impact on the amount of input cost for producing crops. Damages done to the land. So land degradation is not only an Indian phenomenon, but it's an universal phenomenon now and is associated with higher level of irrigation, fertilizer and insecticide use. It is also attributed to heavy soil disturbance caused by tillage machinery. So we have used huge machinery like tractor operated rotovators and all kind of machinery to work on the soil before we can put our crops into it. This has created heavy soil disturbances and decline in physical, chemical and biological properties of soil, thereby limiting crop yield. Also intensive cropping. Intensive cropping means you keep on planting one crop after another without leaving the field with some time to recuperate. So intensive cropping leads to nutrient deficiency in the soil and fertilizer usage leads to nitrate and phosphate leaching and subsequent contamination of the groundwater. So, when the same groundwater is consumed by human beings or the livestock, it again somehow will end up into our own bodies itself, causing health damages. As the soil quality degrades, agriculture becomes more dependent on fertilizers and pesticides, leading to increased input costs and decline in profit margins. So, this is kind of a vicious circle. So, Sikkim is the first state in India which is declared now completely based on organic farming. So, there is no farm in Sikkim now which uses chemical fertilizers and insecticides. So, a couple of years back the government of Sikkim decided to go completely organic. They removed all subsidies from chemical fertilizers and pesticides and encouraged using say vermicompost, which is a kind of a natural fertilizer, and so on. They also train farmers on how to use these natural biofertilizers, how to use biopesticides and so on. And now the whole state is grows its food organically. 65% of the organic food which is in India comes from the state of Sikkim, and you can imagine such a small state. Now coming to water. So, water bodies and groundwater is polluted as a result of excessive use of fertilizers and pesticides. Also due to excessive use of groundwater, partly caused by subsidized pumps and diesels. So, you can see we created a vicious problem because we wanted to increase the productivity of the land, which was possible when we bring in irrigation facilities. Irrigation can be done by using machines like pumping units, and the pumping units need to run on diesel. So, the government gave subsidies on pumps and diesels. As a result, many people could afford them now, but the consequence of that has been a decrease in water table. So, now you have to spend more and more money on pumps and diesel. So, your input cost has gone up, and at some places the water level has depleted so badly that even doing agriculture is no longer a viable solution. So, as a result, there is a sharp decline in availability of water for human consumption as well. Also, the cost for mining water for agriculture has gone up. A serious risk of soil salinity increase has emerged in many parts of the country, along with increase in arsenic poisoning of water because of too much of watering, and also because the water tables have gone down and led to arsenic poisoning. Soil salinity has increased, and in such conditions of course crops cannot grow because each crop needs an optimal soil salinity. Now coming to the flora and fauna. So, due to propagation of high yielding varieties of crops and growing of specific high return crops only, the local varieties of crops as well as wild plants are disappearing fast. So, when there used to be lots of different kinds of local varieties of crops along with wild plants, pest attack or disease attack was much lower because of the variety being present. Also because the varieties had evolved over time, so they know how to counteract each other, the impact of pests and so on. But with the adoption of high yielding varieties, so hectares after hectares there will be only one type of variety or maybe two types of variety, which led to a increased vulnerability to pest attack, and hence requirement for more use of more pesticides. So, this on the one hand is causing loss of biodiversity, and on the other hand making crops more vulnerable to pest attack. As a result, the need and consumption of pesticides have gone up. When the need and consumption of pesticide will go up, also the input cost of doing agriculture will go up, leading to problems for the farmers. Also due to loss of forest and plant diversity, loss of fauna like honeybees, sparrows, crows is rampant, and all of us know they are very important for our agriculture to survive. These fauna play an important role in agriculture. Now let us discuss about the economic unsustainabilities which have been brought in. So, economic unsustainabilities because of the non-optimal resource utilization. Say for example, So, I am not presenting an exhaustive list of them, I am just presenting few of them, which gives you an idea that if you are interested to work in this domain, where will you look for resource utilization related optimization and unsustainabilities. Say for example, although tractors are very versatile in nature, they are underutilized as they are often bought without proper guidance related to farm size, cropped area, cropping pattern and intensity, cultivation technology, captive versus custom use mode, etc., and its influence on the return on investment in tractor. So, tractor can be a 120 HP tractor, can be a 150 HP tractor, can be a 200 HP tractor. Now, while you go to buy a tractor, the farmer should know that what kind of utilization the farmer is going to do with this particular tractor, what all kind of field operations and what size his or her field is. Then when I say captive versus custom use mode, so there might be also some uses like I put a trailer behind my tractor and use it for carrying goods, or maybe I use my tractor for some kind of river dredging kind of activities. So, I need to know what are the different activities which I will be doing with my tractor, what on field and what off field activities. When it comes to on field activities, what is my farm size, what is the kind of crops that I want to grow, whether I want to offer this tractor for services to other farmers also or not. Once I do all these calculations, I should be able to find out what type of tractor should I buy. But mostly such kind of actions is not being done. As a result, people tend to buy higher energy, higher horsepower tractors than what is required, and then what it happens is they do not get enough return on their investment. So, that is why I am talking about economic unsustainability. Also, it has been observed that farmers tend to use higher HP tractors than recommended for the soil conditions, leading to underutilization of the tractors. Similar underutilization has been observed for electric motors as well as diesel pumps and across all most of the machinery. The underutilization is observed to be much higher on smaller farms as compared to medium and large farms. That is another area of trouble, because the tractors are not very well suited for the kind of small farms that we have, and people still use those implements because there are not many suitable implements available. So, the underutilization observed over there is way much more drastic than in the medium and large farms. Now, let us discuss about the socio-cultural unsustainabilities. The Green Revolution has brought in food security to the country and helped in increasing agricultural income, which is a very good aspect. But it has also brought in various ill effects along with it. So, we will discuss about those ill effects as the unsustainabilities and see how can we, of course, we have to bring in food security and we have to increase agricultural income, but how can we bring them in a more sustainable manner? So, a study of socio-cultural impact of Green Revolution in the state of Punjab reveals that the socio-economic fabric of agricultural society has changed remarkably in terms of social relations, cultural, health and economic values. So, how has that happened? So, some examples of it. The change to commercialized agriculture has had an adverse effect on other rural non-farming communities like carpenter, lock and smith, whose livelihood used to depend on making agri tools, but now agricultural machinery is being produced by larger companies, larger manufacturing units, so they have lost their livelihood. Some researchers also argue that other social issues linked to current agricultural practices in Punjab are like huge farmer debts leading to increase in suicide, female feticide, breakdown of social network, unemployment and meager career options, leading to drug and alcohol addiction amongst youth. So, many researchers have blamed that these adverse impacts on the socio-cultural fabric has also been because of the shift towards commercialized agriculture. Some other studies in the Himalayan belt on the impact of shifting to cash crops. So, cash crops are crops which can be sold in the market and you can get money very easily. So, say for example, coffee is a cash crop, tea is a cash crop. So, shifting to cash crops from traditional subsistence agriculture. Subsistence agriculture is when you grow crops for your own family's consumption. Shows that although the farmer's income has grown, but their vulnerability due to climatic and market conditions have increased, leading to exploitation by middlemen of marginal farmers. So, be very careful in this particular segment. We are not arguing against the usage of modern machinery or chemicals or going towards commercialized farming. That is not the point of argument. The point of argument is we need to think in terms of long term sustainability and what will be the impact of each and every decision that we take, and we have to ensure that we design the whole ecosystem in a manner that long term sustainability can be achieved. Due to migration of the population towards urban areas, because it is no longer so profitable to do agriculture, or because the non agricultural laborers like the locksmith, the carpenter and so on, they have lost their jobs. So, there is a migration of population towards urban areas. That is leading to large shortage of field laborers, and at the same time it is putting a lot of pressure on the urban areas. Its impact on agriculture can be seen in terms of reduction in crop yield, reduction in cropping intensity and changes in traditional cropping pattern. Why? Because if field laborers are not available, say for example, still sowing of seeds, harvesting of the field is not mechanized to a great extent. Mostly the mechanization, complete mechanization has happened in wheat, but for most other crops this has not happened. Hence, it is still agriculture is still a labor intensive activity during the sowing time, during the harvesting time. Now, because these populations, they have migrated to, they are migrating towards the cities, again agriculture is no longer viable because the existing laborer is meager and expensive and not available on time. So, everybody needs to harvest their field almost at the same time. Now, there are not enough laborers to do the same. So, it has impacted the whole economy also by increasing the wage rates, thereby high cost of cultivation for the farmers. The rising cost of hiring labor as well as unpredictability of their availability is leading many farmers to abandon farming activities altogether. So, here you can see, because all these parameters that do tell us that if we want to solve this problem, there might be an option that we might do, we can go ahead for appropriate mechanization. Mechanization of activities like sowing and harvesting can significantly reduce labor intensity. Weeding is another activity which consumes high labor involvement and requires appropriate mechanization. In fact, because one has to do weeding so many times. So, say for example, some long duration crops like turmeric and ginger, they are long duration crops. They are harvested somewhere between 9th to the 11th month after they have been sown. So, because of this long duration, lots of time weeding has to be done. So, weeds are all unwanted plants growing in the field, and the cost of labor cost of weeding is the highest expense for growing ginger and turmeric. So, now let us look at how do we do sustainability assessment in these in the domain of agriculture. So, we will discuss these 4 tools: SAFA, RISE, COSA and KSNL. So, the guidelines for sustainability assessment of food and agriculture systems. This is a very comprehensive guideline. It was formulated by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. It was meant for assessment of sustainability along food and agricultural value chains. It is meant for enterprises, whether companies or small scale producers. So, you can see one of the criteria for using this tool is that it should be an enterprise, which can be either a company or a small scale producer involved with the production, processing, distribution and marketing of goods, have a clear understanding of the constant components of sustainability and how strength, weaknesses and progresses could be tackled. The guidelines are produced in the same spirit of codes of practice, guidelines and other recommended measures to assist in achieving sustainable and fair practices in food and agricultural production and trade. So, these are again in line with the kind of guidelines that we have been discussing in this particular course. So, this is an example of the boundary of SAFA assessment. So, you can see it clearly states that it does not assess products or processes, but it assesses enterprises. So, there are two examples over here. The first one is a dairy farmer SAFA and a dairy retail SAFA. A farmer is a producer, a retail is a company. So, it can be used for both. So, two examples of SAFA scope in dairy supply chains. The shaded rectangles with bold writing symbolize actors whose operations are covered by a SAFA performed by a dairy producer and a retail company. The dashed rectangles represent actors outside the general scope of SAFA. So, here you can see in this particular context, the scope of SAFA is dairy farmer and dairy, which is all the processes and the transport included into it. In this particular context, that is the scope of SAFA. Now, agricultural machinery dealer, cattle breeder, feed provider, agro provider, all these, the waste disposal company, all these are also part of this. For this dairy farmer to work, they have to be part of the system, but SAFA does not do a assessment of these. So, the scope of SAFA is only over here. Because we do not assess products or processes, what we assess is an enterprise. So, we will assess the enterprise of the dairy farmer, which consists of the dairy farmer, his setup inclusive of the transport, inclusive of the transport, because the dairy farmer owns his or her own transport. And then again it goes into a different cycle. Say for example, if I see the dairy retail, again there are machinery dealers, cattle breeders, feed providers, butchery, byproduct processors and so on, but they are outside the scope of SAFA. They are either products or processes. What is inside the scope of the retailer is the dairy farmer, the dairy inclusive of transport, food processor, carrier, wholesaler, carrier and retailer. So, you can see this was, so here I could have done an individual SAFA for each of them, but if I want to study the whole system, I can also do a SAFA for this whole thing. So, it has to be a producer or an enterprise. So, it does not assess products or processes, but assesses enterprises. So, the target audience of a SAFA assessment is small, medium and large scale companies, organizations and other stakeholders that participate in crop, livestock, forestry, aquaculture and fishery value chains. However, as a framework and harmonized global assessment approach, SAFA is also relevant to government strategies, policy and planning. It is focused on supply chains and the evaluation of enterprises in those supply chains. Other sustainability assessment programs have a product focus and often use a life cycle assessment approach, which has an emphasis on the evaluation of the environmental impacts of a product through its life cycle. So, it is not that life cycle analysis is not important, it is very important for doing an assessment of the products and the processes, but in the scope of SAFA they are not included, they are part of other approaches that can be taken. SAFA is focused on the evaluation of the enterprise. SAFA covers many of the same elements of a product based LCA, such as analysis of the inputs, outputs and environmental impacts. However, the focus on an enterprise rather than a product. So, thus SAFA is not a rating of product specific sustainability, nor does it cover the use and end of life phases of products, that is at what happens at the consumer level. So, there are certain indicators and parameters of the SAFA method for evaluating the sustainability of agricultural production. If you want to read more about this particular method, then you can go through this particular reading material. So, to summarize, this is how the parameters look like. So, these are called as indicators and parameters. So, I have governance, social, economy and environment. So, let us see the dimensions. So, our first dimension is good governance. Because I am talking at an enterprise level, that is why I am concerned about governance. So, what are the themes inside this dimension? Corporate ethics, accountability, participation, rule of law, holistic management. There are also sub themes. So, say for example, in corporate ethics we have mission statement, due diligence, in accountability, holistic audits, responsibility, transparency. When you go through this particular document, you will get to know in detail about more of each of these sub themes and themes and dimensions. The next dimension is about environmental integrity. So, the main themes in this are atmosphere, water, land, biodiversity, materials and energy, and animal welfare. These guidelines, although they are meant for an enterprise level, you can directly see how the impact is. So, like when we were discussing about unsustainabilities at the agricultural field, at the end of it the impact is on the farmer or on the enterprise. So, you can relate the importance why we need to discuss. So, whatever we do to the atmosphere is going to ultimately after a point of time have an impact on the enterprise of farming. So, atmosphere consisting of greenhouse gases, air quality, then water, land, biodiversity, materials and energy, animal welfare. The next dimension is, the third dimension is economic resilience. The themes in it are about investment. So, how internal investment, community investment, long ranging profitability. So, you can see if so all the unsustainabilities that we were discussing in our previous slides, you can put them in one of these sub themes. So, if one would have taken one of these sub themes to begin with and thought onto it, we could have come up with alternative solutions which would have brought in sustainability in this dimension. Then coming to vulnerability, so stability of production, stability of supply, stability of market, liquidity, risk management, product quality and information, so food safety, food quality, product information, impact on the local economy, so value creation, local procurement. Then comes the fourth dimension, which is social well-being. So, how can I generate decent livelihood, which can be sub-themed as quality of life, capacity development, fair access to means of production, fair trading practices, responsible buyers, rights of suppliers. Then coming to labor rights, employment relations, forced labor, child labor, freedom of associating and right to bargaining, equity, non-discrimination, gender equality, support to vulnerable people, human safety and health, workplace safety and health provisions, public health, cultural diversity, indigenous knowledge, food sovereignty. So, now how do we do this particular, how do we operationalize this particular method, the SAFA? So, the methodological sheet for SAFA indicator seeks to assist users assessing their level of fulfillment of these SAFA sub-theme objectives. In each case, the proposed default indicator answers a specific question. Thus, SAFA entails responding to the following 118 questions. So, I have presented only couple of these questions over here as an example. The reading material that I have shared, that has all these questions, all the 118 questions. So, a particular farmer, a particular enterprise can assess them either by saying yes, no, and there is a need to be quantified. So, mission explicitness. Is the mission of the enterprise articulated in all enterprise reporting and understood by all employees or members? So, say if I say yes, it is understood, then I have to say to what extent. Is the enterprise mission evident in codes and policies, and can the governance body demonstrate the impact of its mission on developing policy and practice? Say I say no, then I might have to do certain activities so that I can come to yes, at least to certain extent. There are more assessment and impact tools. So, RISE and COSA are two tools. RISE stands for Response Inducing Sustainability Evaluation and COSA stands for Committee on Sustainability Assessment. So, these are two tools which were developed by researchers and can aid in the performance assessment stage of SAFA. So, Response Inducing Sustainability Evaluation RISE. RISE is a method for holistic assessment of sustainability of agricultural production at farm level. So, this one only talks about agricultural production at farm level. It is a questionnaire based farmer interview method for assessment of sustainability. The indicators and parameters of the RISE method for evaluating the sustainability of agricultural production, that is what we will discuss. You can read more about this particular technique by going through this particular source. So, this particular assessment method, it consists of indicators, state parameters and driving force parameters. So, say my first indicator is energy, the state parameters for that is environmental effects of energy carriers used. So, say for example, I am using diesel energy. So, I have to say what are the environmental effects of the energy carrier use. In that context, it is the diesel energy. Say if I am using electricity, then for the same, say I am using biomass. So, I am burning biomass. So, what is the environmental effects of the energy carriers used? The driving force parameters here will be energy input per unit of agricultural land and energy input per unit workforce. Then my next indicator is water. The state parameters are water quantity and stability of the quantity of water. So, again the driving forces are water quantity and productivity on the basis of crop and animal production, risks of water quality on manure, silage, leachage, wastewater and so on. My next indicator is soil. So, here again you can see all those parameters on which we were talking about unsustainability is brought into the agriculture because of intensive agriculture. You can see all those indicators are present over here. So, we can again take into these consideration these indicators. These indicators have also been specifically designed for production at the farm level. So, they are very suitable indicators to be used for doing any kind of design intervention in this particular context. So, I have soil which takes into consideration soil pH, salinization, water logging, soil sampling, erosion index. Then I have biodiversity. So, biodiversity promoting practices. I have NNP, which is nitrogen and phosphorus emission potential. So, NNP balance, manure storage and application. Nitrogen and phosphate emission potential arises because of the use of fertilizers. Then plant protection, so quality of the application, eco and human toxicology risks because of the plant protection method that we are using. Say for example, pesticides, they might have some toxicological impact on the ecology as well as the human beings. Then I have waste, so environmental hazard, methods of waste disposal. Economic stability, net debt service over change in owner's equity and interest paid, equity ratio, gross investment. Economic efficiency, so return on assets, return on equity, total earned income. Local economy, share of regional workforce and salaries, lowest salary on farm compared to average regional salary. So, you can see we are talking about all stakeholders. It is not only that we are talking about the farmer, but we are also concerned about the laborers who will be working on that farm. We are also concerned about the local economy. Then we have working conditions, so emergency of medical care, provision of potable water, accommodation and sanitation. So, now we come into the socio-ethical aspects of it as well. Wage discrimination, child labor, forced labor, gender based discriminations and the working conditions. Then social security. So, social security, means of subsistence. Now, coming to the next one, which is Committee on Sustainability Assessment. COSA. So, COSA is a set of indicators used for holistic assessment and monitoring of producer organizations towards sustainability. So, these are organizations of producers, and it helps in holistic assessment and monitoring of producer organizations towards sustainability. So, it also consists of certain indicators, and as you will see, these indicators again talk about the same sustainability parameters that we have been discussing so far. So, in COSA, first it talks about certain key characteristics. So, they are called as the global theme. So, the key characteristics are it consists of the core elements, indicators and description. So, the core element in key characteristics is household demographics. So, the producer characteristics, what it means, age of decision maker or the producer, responsible for the focus crop, grades of school completed, gender, years of experience, growing focus crop. Then I have the household revenue, combined revenue from focus crop sales, other crops, other earnings, off farm employment, services, business revenue, land or equipment rental and gifts and remittances. Then household consumption, number of people, genders, ages, dependency ratio, literacy and school grades completed. So, in first we do a household demographics of the producer to understand the producers characteristics, their earnings and their expenditures. Then we try to understand the characteristics of the farm, which consists of, so farm characteristics might consist of management by owner, renter or sharecropper or by a paid manager, farm size, age of focus crop trees if relevant. Say for example, if it is a mango tree, so the mango tree is productive from certain age to till certain age. So, for such context it might be applicable. So, that is why age of focus crop tree if relevant. Focus crop area, farm location, distance from farm to the nearest commercial center and to medical services. So, first we try to understand the farm characteristics, then we try to understand the land tenure. So, whether it is owned by the farmers, rented and so on. Then I need to understand adverse events. What can be adverse events? So, say for example, shocks like occurrence of major events that led to a serious reduction in the household's income, assets or consumption in last production year. Say for example, severe weather, crop or livestock losses, sharp decline in prices and so on. Once I am done with my identification of the key characteristics, I will start with my three sustainability parameters: the social indicators, the economic indicators and the environmental indicators. So, let us start with the social indicators. Again, when in the social indicators we follow the same pattern. So, we have a global theme, then we have core elements, then we have an indicator and we have a description of the same. So, the first one is living and working conditions, which consists of health and safety, the living conditions. You can again see when I talk about health and safety, we are talking about restrictions on agrochemical application, protective gear for agrochemical application, farm injuries, access to medical services. Living conditions talks about smoke, ventilation in cooking area, safe water for domestic use, poverty status. My next global theme is basic human rights and equity, which has as core elements labor rights, education, food security, gender. Many a times a couple of them might not be applicable. Say for example, in your region all farming activities are done by machines and hence there is no possibility of employing child labor. So, in that particular case one of those because it is not applicable, they can be also left, but a majority of them is usually applicable. There might be also chances where you might think that certain aspect is not covered into this particular chart and you might also include those indicators into it. The next global theme is about community. We are in the social indicators, so community is very important. So, in community the core element is participation, indicated by community services, producer participation in organizations, women's participation in organizations produce a perception of organizations' value. Then comes trading relationships. So, whether there is transparency in the trading relationship, whether they have access to market information, price transfer, transparency, or whether there is a middleman who is exploiting the producer. Capacity and finance, so financial services, production and post harvest services, community services. Then comes perception. How do they perceive? So, in that we have like social situations, so producers' opinion on social issues, community care of the environment, social training, quality of life. Why is community care of the environment very important? Say for example, if I am to get a certification for organic farming, it's not only that in my farm I do not use any chemical fertilizer and pesticide, but it has to be also like in a particular radius that is defined by the certifying agencies. So, say for in a radius of 10 kilometer from my farms, say for example, no one else should be using chemical or fertilizers or pesticides. So, it is not, I alone cannot achieve it, and hence for most of these activities it is very important that how I have to see community care of the environment, then social training and quality of life. If you take up the example of Amul as a company, and if you take up a producer from there and try to do an analysis, you will see. So, if you try to do this assessment for say Amul, take a producer from Amul and try to do the assessment on these indicators, or say we took up the example of Varna Pura. So, if you try to do an assessment on these parameters of a producer from Varna Pura, you will see many of these elements have been actually thought of and achieved. As a result, greater sustainability has been achieved on both the contexts. So, let us go ahead next to the environmental indicators. So, in environmental indicators, the first global theme is about resource management. So, here we have resource or input management as a core element, where we are talking about. So, what are the different kinds of resources or inputs? They can be nutrients. So, nutrients can be fertilizers. So, producers' method to determine fertilizer needs, soil analysis report, advice or assessment of a professional, observation, knowledge of nutrient depletion by previous crops, etc. There are scientific methods available by which a producer can determine the right kind of fertilizer mix suitable for his or her crops. So, whether that kind of activity is undertaken before applying the nutrients or not. Then NPK use efficiency, so nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium amounts in synthetic fertilizers used and compared to focus crop yields indicates both efficiency and potential pollution. Then I have integrated pest management. So, integrated pest management, we can do multiple activities together to do pest management. So, not necessarily pesticide is the only solution for doing pest management, but say for example, you can also alternate two crops which can bring in pest management. There can be many other such techniques. So, whether those techniques are being employed on the farm or not. The pesticides use, the amount, the type, pesticide use efficiency, toxicity, class of pesticides, and then the energy used for doing all these activities. Next in the resource management is how waste management happens at the farm. So, responsible waste management is happening or not, in which we have to consider materials recycled, reused or disposed of properly. Say for example, if biomass is being generated, say all the leftovers of the after growing rice. So, we took away the rice, and what happens to the rest of the plant? That is biomass. So, it can be burnt, which is a waste of biomass, as well as it produces polluting effects to the environment. It can also be converted into briquettes and used for generating electricity. Of course, it does generate pollution, but it also generates electricity. We can also, that is also a very good source of nutrients. So, we can also use that as a nutrients and put it back into the soil, or we can also use it as a cattle feed. So, responsible waste management is happening or not. Then water contamination prevention measures, whatever is being taken. So, here we will consider crop processing wastewater, animals, domestic discharge, cleaning of agrochemical application equipment, etc. All kinds of water contamination, all kinds of water, wastewater which is being generated, and if water contamination prevention measures are being taken or not. Next global theme is about water, where we talk about water quality and water quantity. So, safe water for domestic use, water contamination prevention measures, and water conservation measures. The next global theme is about soil, and we are talking about soil conservation. Conservation from erosion. Erosion can happen due to water, can happen also due to winds. So, if there is no vegetation cover on top of the soil, you can have erosion caused by winds. Then field maintenance, how it is being maintained. So, methods used to clean annual crop areas after harvest, that is whether the crop residue is left on the ground cover, whether they are cut, they are raking into piles, burning, etc. Soil conservation and measures to improve water use. So, measures taken to conserve soil and improve water use by plants. So, say for example, by contouring plants, or say by making a hill around the plant, or by planting the crop on a raised bed. One can do proper soil management. Different crops have different requirements. Say for example, rice requires to be dipped in water, whereas wheat requires to be away from water. So, appropriate measures which are related to soil conservation and improve water usage. So, nutrient balance, how it is achieved. So, nutrient balance in a manner that it is related to soil conservation. So, we already discussed that if we do not put the fertilizers properly, they are going to damage the soil because of either the phosphorus or the potassium being excess in water, or causing arsenic pollution in the soil, or increasing the salinity of the soil. Then comes intercropping. So, intercropping is like growing 2 or 3 crops together in alternate rows or in alternate columns. This helps in by interplanting we can have better soil health, we can also have diversification, soil fertility improves, pest attack also reduces, weed attack also reduces. Then local nutrient cycle. So, recycling of organic matter and crop waste. Why local? Because of the local, say, land conditions, weather conditions. So, the nutrient cycle in each region might be different. So, considering them in order to achieve soil conservation. Say for example, in hilly areas, soil conservation is to be done in a very different manner as compared to that in the plains. The next comes is how do we tackle biodiversity in terms of plant diversity, genetic diversity, and tree density. So, plant diversity talks about plant and tree diversity, genetic diversity talks about species and varietal diversity available. So, you can always read the description to know more about them. So, like portion of focus crop that are improved varieties, locally adapted or native heirloom varieties selected to thrive in local conditions, hybrid, genetically altered, genetically selected, and so on. Then in tree density comes trees per hectare as well as forestation. Then next one is climate change, sequestration and mitigation. So, how do we do carbon stock, how do we do land use changes to achieve that. Again the last one, so for each of them the last one is about perception, because perception is very important to achieve anything. Hence, it is also important that one should be able to capture the perception of the producer. So, environmental perception related environmental situation, which will be indicated by producers' opinion on environmental issues, farms' care of the environment, community care of the environment, and environmental training. Next, we come to the economic indicators. So, in this, the first global theme is about producer livelihoods, which we see the core element is revenue, where we are talking about focus crop revenue, yield, price, farm revenue, household revenue. Say for example, the price is not at all in the control of the producer, maybe it might be governed by local market conditions, global market conditions, governmental policies, and so on. Again, you can see here when we are talking about farm revenue, we are also talking about training. So, income from providing services like training, nurseries, land and equipment rental, etc. So, all those activities involved together. Then household revenue. Then the next core element is cost. Direct cost for focus crop, labor days, labor cost, fertilizer cost, pesticide cost, renovation costs, deductions by buyer, energy costs, indirect costs for focus crops if any. So, these can be like capital assets, cultivation practices, so cultivation practices, it might be say like drip irrigation or conservation tillage or contour planting. So, there are certain cultivation practices which require certain costs to be incurred. So, say for example, if I do drip irrigation, so the drip irrigation I set it up once, and it is not like I have to set it up every year. I might have to spend some money on the repairing and replacement of components, but I do not have to do it every year. So, this is related to cultivation and it is called as an indirect cost, because it is not directly linked to the crop that I am growing at that point of time, whereas the other costs were more like for that particular crop for that particular time frame. Traceability and record keeping costs of standards or certifications. In order to get organic certification and any other certification, one has to apply and spend some money to get that. Planting and reforestation costs, training costs. Then the next core parameter is about income. So, net income from focus crop. The next global theme is risk, the economic resilience. So, if whether there is diversification or not, revenue from other crops are there or not, area used for other crops or not, number of other crops or animal products, other revenue not production related. When you do diversification only, then you can have economic resilience. Information, so access to market information, price transparency, credit, access to credit, credit history. Then vulnerability, so say for example, poverty status, minimum wage producer, insurance, whether insurance is available or not, whether the producer has it or not. Then there might be also certain vulnerabilities which come in the way of economic resilience. So, days without sufficient food, gender income differences, profit and loss. The next global theme is about competitiveness. The core element here is business development. So, access to market information, price transparency, farm price to global reference. The economic indicators for COSA are, so the first global theme is producer livelihoods. Then we talk about the core element revenue, consisting of indicators as crop, focus crop revenue, yield, price, farm revenue and household revenue. Then comes, so revenue is point 1, then comes cost, where we are talking about direct costs, labor days, labor costs, fertilizer costs. So, all kinds of input related costs will be part of this particular analysis. Once that is done, it will also include certain kind of direct and indirect costs. Then we come to the next one, which is income from the focus crop as well as from other sources. Then comes diversification. So, in diversification we try to identify all other ways of making revenue than directly from the crop. Then we are talking about information related to market access, price transparency, which are very important for a producer to know, so that he or she can achieve economic sustainability. Then access to credit and credit history. Next we go upon vulnerability, about poverty status, minimum wage, producer, insurance, and so on. So, when you see across all these things, you can again see, in this case we are trying to discuss about risk and vulnerability. Then days without sufficient food, gender income differences, profits and loss. Then we come into competitiveness. They also determine the economic sustainability. Competitiveness is determined in terms of business development. So, like access to market information. So, we also had access to market information in one of the previous other global theme, but we always talk about the indicator with respect to the global theme. So, here in access to market information, we will be talking about in terms of business development and competitiveness, whereas in the previous one where we had access to market information, it was about risk, that is economic resilience. So, we would be talking in that category about access to market information. Then we get into further aspects of competitiveness. Say, is there a differentiation available? So, is the producer able to produce some kind of differentiation? Differentiation can be like practices for product quality in harvesting and processing, or due to product quality, or due to some kind of certification or standard, which will give this producer a competitive advantage in the market. Then we come into efficiency. So, when we are talking about efficiency, we are talking about the production or labor or technical efficiency, and as well as the cost or economic efficiency. They also determine competitiveness. The next global theme is producer organizations, where we are talking actually about the governance. So, this producer will be part of certain producer organizations. So, first we try to understand the governance. So, the sustainability, various criteria, say like how is the woman's participation in the organization, is it encouraged, it is discouraged, or there are disparities, or is it only a woman only organization. There are many producer organizations which are, they can also say that it's only women oriented organization. Then producer perception of organizations values, very important. Then comes the services. So, like financial services, production and post harvest related services. Does the producer organization to which this producer is subscribed to provide these services, and what kind and in what manner they are provided? So, like financial services, is it on the basis of credit, or is it on the basis of some contract or some other some advance or some kind of a grant, or what is the kind of financial service available? It can be also some kind of insurance related facility. Then production and post harvest services, if any. Say for example, if I produce turmeric, I need post harvest processes to process that turmeric into value added products like dried turmeric or powdered turmeric. So, does the producer organization provide them at a central location? So, all I need to do is procure all my produce to that particular place. Then comes community related services. Does the producer organization provide certain community services or not, and what kind? These can be related to agriculture. So, you can see improvements in agricultural facilities, access to water or sewage. So, either it is related to agricultural facilities or say other things like access to water or sewage, medical care, road or school construction, etc. Why we are also talking in the periphery of these services? Because firstly we are talking about community services. Secondly, why they are important? Because this as a whole helps to grow up the producers' whole community. As a result, everybody prospers, not only in the growth of the agricultural product, but an overall growth is possible. So, if you consider the Varna Pura example that we had spoken about in two of our lectures, so you can connect that the Varna Pura, the Varna cooperative, as a producer organization, it is involved into many kinds of community services, like they have got into building of water reservoirs, canals, schools, colleges and so on, because overall they improve the whole infrastructure, and as a result the holistic growth is possible. Then comes perception. So, economic situation related perception. So, producers opinion on economic situation. Then business development training if available. So, that was a discussion on SAFA, RISE and COSA. Now, we will see some other tools. These tools are also part of the SAFA toolkit. We will not go into the depth of these tools, but we will see these tools to know of a wide spectrum of tools which are available in this domain. So, this tool is called as Voluntary Sustainable Standards VSS. It's any non-obligatory set of requirements explicitly designed to promote the objectives of sustainable development relating to environmental, social, ethical and food safety issues in the production and processing phases. So, the important point over here is it is a non-obligatory set of requirements. It is often a third party assessed through certification. Say for example, examples in this context are like on organic certification, fair trade related certification, forest stewardship council, marine stewardship council, aquaculture stewardship council. Then comes life cycle assessment tools. So, these are similar to the LCA tools that we already discussed. There are specifically data sets which has been created for the field of agriculture. So, if say we discussed about OpenLCA, if you go to the OpenLCA database, you will see there are certain databases which have been specifically designed with data on agricultural aspects. So, techniques to assess impacts associated with all stages of a product's life, that is product from inputs, production, processing, manufacture, distribution, retail, consumption and disposal or recycling. So, life cycle assessment can be done for a particular activity or a particular machinery related to agriculture. So, examples of this are the EcoInvent as a database, Gabi and is a software, or even the OpenLCA software or SEMA Pro, they will help you to do these life cycle assessment as we had already described. There is also something called as Social LCA developed by UNEP CTAC, and that can be also used. There is also something called as a Sustainability Consortium TSC. Then there are self assessments and data sharing platforms available. So, some of these platforms are People for Earth, SCI platform, Soil and More Sustainability Flower, Keystone Field to Market and Leaf. So, these platforms are meant for self assessment. So, a person who is interested in pursuing sustainability and does not want to go for certifications as such, but wants to do a self assessment, can go ahead, share their data and use this data sharing platforms, one of these, and try to do a self assessment. In the next lecture, we will be discussing about sustainability and tools, sustainability tools and approaches which are very suitable for the design of cities and communities. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Hello everyone, this is Rajesh Sengupta, and we are here in the second week. We are here in the second installment of discussing fashion in the post-independence India. Now, as I have already mentioned, that when we say fashion, we are talking in terms of the preferences and of course the style and taste of a particular time period. So for that reason, we might be expanding this idea of fashion not only in terms of seeing that the runway shows and everything else what we are usually been habituated to understand in terms of fashion, but I'm more interested in terms of thinking that how this changes in the preferences or preferences which are prevalent in a particular time frame is something that had also made a huge intervention in terms of how textiles are seen, they are studied, they are perceived, and they are appreciated. Now, after some of those aspects that I have discussed so far in terms of how Weaver Service Center, then All India Handicrafts Board and the Handloom and Handicrafts Board, which was recently scrapped by the government. So all those things were made available, all those things came into being for providing support to the artisanal sectors. So that is something we find that to be there in a parallel process with conducting certain exhibitions and certain displays on the international scale, so that the appreciation for textile from India that grows further. So this is something we find that one of the major exhibitions that took place during this time was the Textile and Ornamental Arts of India exhibition, and that took place at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. So this exhibition, what we see, that was a collaboration between the curators in the MoMA and especially Monroe Wheeler, and then we also see that how Kamaladevi Chattopadhyay, Pupul Jayakar, they were instrumental for making this kind of collaboration happen. So what happened in this exhibition, we find that a number of historical art objects or craft objects, whatever you call it, so those were sort of collected from a number of different museum collections, and then they were displayed there alongside a number of craft objects which were made by the Indian artisans after independence or from 1940s and so on. So in this image that we have on screen, here we find that in this image, this prominent title, the Textiles and Ornamental Arts of India, and if we see it, that how this title, this title is also there, it almost seems like it has been made on a piece of fabric, and that sort of shows that how this idea of fabric and then ornamental arts, of course, which is also we have sort of discussed that how ornament, decoration, all those ideas are integrally connected to textiles. So with the use of this textile like material here, it also sort of emphasizes its close correlation and then what the viewers can expect from this exhibition. Now prominently featured here is this one sculpture that we have here, and that is popularly known as Tipu's tiger. And then Tipu's tiger is a wooden toy which has machinery inside it, and it was a kind of a collaboration, we can understand, that was made possible in the royal court of Mysore and during the reign of Tipu Sultan. And perhaps like the toy makers or the wooden craft makers from Chennapatna near Mysore were responsible for making this innovative, at the almost like satirical, this piece, which is a large toy-like piece, in which we see that there is a tiger which is devouring this British soldier. And this British soldier, I mean, even though it's a black and white photograph, in this one actually the soldier, we find that to be wearing costume which is red and black, which is again, it's a reminder of the colonial attire. So this is something, it was made in the late 18th century, and inside this tiger the machinery was installed perhaps by the French clockmakers, and the machinery that sort of enabled a slight opening and closing of this tiger's mouth, and a slight groaning sound that sort of like comes out of it. And this groaning sound is something we find is a kind of, perhaps it's a sign of the soldier dying, and then the sound of despair is something that is sort of reimagined by this machinery inside of this tiger. So this piece, which was sort of taken by the British, and then it was eventually displayed in Victoria Albert Museum in London. So when it was displayed, then it also received different kind of reaction from people. In one hand, people were fascinated by this, but then at the same time people were also scared and disgusted by this, because in Britain we can see that how this tiger is devouring this British soldier is something that should have this different kind of emotions being churned inside people. So this is one of these iconic pieces that we find that to be there, and it's very sort of tricky in terms of, and at least in the 1950s we can understand that how it was not really seen as a sculpture, but it was kind of seen as something that is a large version of a toy. But then it also has certain machinery inside it, which makes it somewhat in between a static object and an interactive object. So this, all this elements, those are there in this sculpture, or this toy, this large toy is something that was presented prominently in this exhibition. So, and then if we see in the background, then here we find there is this divan, and on this divan there are bolsters and pillows, and 3 mannequins are made there, and who are draped in expensive sari and jewelry and everything else. And then of course it's a kind of this divan, we can sort of associate that with a courtly setting. And then there on the top of that there are those 2 posts which support this large canopy like fabric, which sort of cover the top of this structure. So this is something we find that to be there in terms of almost bringing a slice of an Indian court to the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And then we see that right beside that there is this pitchwai, and pitchwais are again a different kind of textiles which are used in temples. And in this pitchwais, what happens, we find that those are this large rectangular pieces of fabric in which mostly in the Vaishnava tradition, and in some we also find in the tradition of the Shaktas, or the believers of the great goddess. So in this pitchwais we see that, and of course this one is a Vaishnava pitchwai in which we find the sakhis, or the female attendants, and then the rows of cows, they are all awaiting Krishna's presence. So we do not really see that all those objects, all those textiles and everything, or the object that we see here, to be contextually connected, but then this idea of India that was created through assimilating different fragments from different sources was something that was prioritized in this exhibition. And the curators of this exhibition, as we see some of the background story in Saloni Mathur's writing and the other writings as well, the curators of this exhibition from MoMA, the curatorial group, they also sort of made a trip to India for 2 weeks or so to see this different places in India, to understand just to have a superficial understanding of the different material culture that exists in South Asia, in India. So those things we find, and then how their conceptualization of how India might be for this, like I mean, for the metropolitan audience in USA. And then also, like I mean, how the assimilation of different kind of objects and so-called like this fragments from various museum collections, how those assimilation can sort of reconstitute this idea of India in this global platform, is something that was sort of like I mean put forward by this exhibition. Now in this exhibition catalog, we also find that how people like Pupul Jacker and Wheeler and so on, they have written about Indian art objects, and of course like I mean the Indian craft objects, I should say. In this case, we see that certain ideas, so for example, again going back to this idea of timelessness, and when they use the word timelessness, they definitely do not use it with a caution, but they mean it as a way that how certain Indian textiles, the aesthetics of them, the basic principles of making them have been timeless, and that is something that needs to be celebrated. And that's the reason that I mean why the world needs to appreciate the kind of textile and craft making in India. So with that, we also see that I mean if that is one of the ideas that was prioritized, then like I mean this transcendental ideas about like I mean how many of the craft making has this meditative quality, which is certainly undeniable, but then like I mean prioritizing that over the socio-political situations of the craft people who were struggling on ground is something that was definitely not been sort of emphasized. Now, one of the agendas for Kamaladevi Chattopadhyay and Pupul Jayakar for displaying all those historical craft objects with the contemporary craft object was to sort of gain the world's attention to the artisanal sectors in India, because at a time when we see that technology and then so-called development is something that was prioritized by the Indian government after 1947, and then people like Kamaladevi Chattopadhyay was vocal about the relevance of craft. So for her it was a responsibility to sort of gain the world's attention towards the craft sector, so that the craft sector can have patronage from different sort of like I mean communities. And at the same time, like I mean she was very much involved in writing about craft, so that like I mean the relevance of craft can also be discussed in the scholarly community, and of course like I mean the writings can also be disseminated in a group of people who are not just confined in India but all across the world. So those are the different ways in which we find that why this exhibition was such an important one. And then of course like I mean some of the display strategies, we can see that I mean using pedestal for sort of like I mean displaying this different kind of ornamental items and craft objects which are utilitarian, but at the same time they can also be considered of high skill. So those things were something we find that to be there as part of this exhibition. And in terms of like I mean the display strategy, some of those ideas, like for example how certain craft objects are then brought to the museum space and displayed, something we can also sort of relate it back to like some of the colonial exhibitions that took place at least since 1851, and that is the Great Exhibition in Britain. And then like I mean of course in like I mean 1886 and later on some of the exhibitions there as well, not only just in Britain but in Paris, and then like the World Expositions in Chicago and other places. So those exhibitions we definitely see in which like I mean certain kind of display strategies are employed, in which like I mean the craft objects, the historical craft objects and the contemporary craft objects are sort of put together in terms of like I mean showing how the historical objects can seamlessly blend into like the contemporary craft objects, telling people about like I mean how the craft is innately timeless and it's not like fine art practice which changes over time. So this is again for us to understand that I mean how this idea of timelessness that was prioritized in this kind of exhibitions is something that is also part of understanding fashion. It's not really like these crafts are actually timeless, but it is the fashion that tries to sort of establish it as timeless. And even like in the colonial exhibition setup, if we see like there is this seamless merging of like the historical art or craft objects with like the contemporary craft objects, and something that we also see in these exhibitions as well. But then perhaps like one of the major differences between them would be that the colonial exhibitions, that it was the British government, they were sort of involved, or like they were in charge of making this exhibition happen, and their motivation was definitely not to support the artisanal sectors in India, but to sort of like show the world that what they are ruling upon. But then in terms of like when we see the this textiles and ornamental arts of India exhibition at the MoMA, even though some of the display strategy might go back to the colonial period, we see that it's a deliberate choice in terms of how the curators, the collaborators were actually from both these countries, and the collaborators, they sort of consciously made decision about this kind of display strategy. So this is something we find that even though the visuals might sort of like make us think about this correlation between the colonial exhibitions and the exhibitions that took place after the colonial period, but then if we think about like who all are involved in this exhibition, what kind of decisions were made before these displays, then we see that clearly there are differences how these exhibitions were put up. And now this kind of exhibitions were also very important in terms of like the gaining the world's attention towards Indian textiles and craft sectors. And as I have mentioned, that if we see this exhibition that taking place in 1955, and then by 1956 1957, during this time the Weaver Service Center is coming up in India, and then by the late 1950s, around 1959 and so, like a number of pilot training centers would also come up in India. And that is how we see that one after another different kind of activities are coming up, and they sort of like they really revitalize the textile sectors that we have today in India. Now some of those pilot training and production centers, those were set up in various places across the country. One of them was there in Srikalahasti in southern Andhra Pradesh. And in Srikalahasti, as I have mentioned earlier in the module when we speak about kalamkari, so Srikalahasti is this place which is well known for this kalamkari temple hangings. And in this site what we see that there are some of the traditional textile practitioners like Jonnalagadda Lakshmaya and so on, and then they sort of like what happened during this time, there was a change in the community roles. Of course that it also comes up in Kumaraswamy's writing and some of the colonial documentation as well, that it's not really that the craft makers did not cross their caste boundaries to sort of like learn new things or to participate in new kind of activities. And one of the cases might also be of Dubraj, who came from the Chamar community, the leather workers community, and then excelled the skill of baluchar making in Murshidabad in Bengal. So during this time we see that there is this deliberate measure that was taken by the Indian government, and of course like Kamla Devi Chattopadhyay was instrumental in this, in which we find this kind of this pilot training production centers. They invited master craftspeople, for example like Lakshmaya, and then Lakshmaya was in charge of running this center and teaching the young people about the craft of making kalamkari hangings, like drawing with kalam, and then what kind of aesthetics, what kind of requirement and everything that goes in making this kalamkari hangings. And so that is how we find that people like Gurappa Chettigaru, like Jonnalagadda Gurappa Chettigaru, who is a son of Jonnalagadda Lakshmaya, so he would receive his training under his father's patronage, but his father was also his guru. And then people like Aitur Muni Krishnan, in this image in the right side we find that Aitur Muni Krishnan is here. And so people who are not directly related to like the kin of particular master crafts people can also come and join these places, and they can sort of like if they have interest, they can excel, and then they can practice this particular kind of craft making. So, and during this time there was also a need for sort of disseminating the knowledge of particular craft making to a larger audience, perhaps for the sustainment of craft, because we also see that from late 1950s, the census, the 1961 census, which was then published in 1962 1964, around that time the work was underway in the late 1950s, and during this time extensive documentation of craftspeople were done. And then this documentation also shows that in particular textile sectors only a few members were existing. So today if we see that particular textile sectors are thriving, perhaps the history goes back to that particular moment in 1950s when Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay and some of the other documentators, they made this kind of efforts to sustain this craft making, or else they might not have sustained the way we see them today. So with these things we see that when the census records also sort of emphasize that there are people who would practice this particular kind of craft making, and they might require that intervention or participation of the young generation. So those things were sort of taken care of by establishing this pilot training and production centers. And during the training, the trainees were given particular fellowship, and then they were also given a certificate and recognition, so that they can work in the field if they like to. So this is how we see that the small incentives were given, and then they were made encouraged to continue this form of craft making. So later on we definitely see that both Gurappa Chettigaru and Aitur Munikrishnan, both of them, they became prolific kalamkari makers in Srikalahasti. And Gurappa Chettigaru, he became a international figure, and one of the kalamkari hangings we find by Gurappa Chettigaru is here in the left side of the screen, in which we see this extensively worked kalamkari which is minutely painted. It shows Jesus Christ at the center stage. So this kalamkari hanging, which was made in 1980, it was perhaps before the Festival of India in Britain exhibition. And in this large kalamkari hanging, what we see that it sort of follows the format and compositional arrangement of the temple hangings in southern India, in southern Andhra Pradesh and part of Tamil Nadu, but then the subject matter is completely different. So in the center stage, where we find that the Hindu deities are presented, here we find that prominently Jesus Christ is presented, and this white figure who sits at the center of this hanging holding a cross in his hand is Jesus Christ. And then we see that there is an attendant figure who holds an umbrella on the top of his head to show his divine status. But then we also see that Jesus Christ and the attendant figures, all of them are then enshrined in this arch-like setting, which is also very much prominent in a number of these kalamkari hangings, which may remind us of the Vijayanagara architecture or the Nayaka architecture. And then of course, apart from this central area, we find that the entire textile is then divided in these horizontal bands, in which the narratives from Jesus Christ's life is depicted. And of course then we see that there are those elaborate borders which sort of frame the entire narrative within this given space. So this kind of strategy, we find that it's a new kind of intervention that took place, and with the new kind of training, new kind of exposure, and of course how the museums and then these display spaces, they became interested to house or to collect the work of these kalamkari painters or the other artisans from various parts of India. And with this new forms of exchanges, we see that this new visuality that came into being. And these are some of the examples in which we can understand that how this kind of textiles, even though they are not meant to be utilitarian textile, but how they also sort of talk about certain kind of preferences, taste, or the style of a particular time period, and how this idea of fashion that can be applicable not only in terms of understanding that the wearables, but then like in the larger textile sector. Then if we think about it, that how this textile sectors would benefit from the interventions like this, then there are also some of the individual designers who we find to be also very important in terms of how textiles were produced and then how those were sort of taken further. And one of them would be Riten Majumdar, who was trained in Shantiniketan and in Tagore's University in the field of like painting, sculpture and craft making. And then we see that Riten Majumdar had taken fellowship and gone to the Scandinavian countries and then of course part of Western Europe as part of his study, training, internship and collaborations, and eventually then he came back to India in like around late 1950s. And when he came back to India, he sort of established his design studio in Delhi, and there he started working on like different kind of textiles. And we see that asymmetrical textiles, so for example this textile that we see here or like here, like how rugs are created, that symmetry is something we find that to be there prominently presented in the traditional Indian textiles, and not only just Indian but like mostly like how textiles like the woven textiles would have particular kind of symmetry. And then like we see that asymmetry is something that was associated with the development of the urban elite class people or the middle class people, and then how the break from the traditional aesthetics is something that was also associated with the break from the colonial rule and going towards new kind of development is something those were reflected in the incorporation of asymmetry in Riten Majumdar's work. And he had, then we see that he had also collaborated with Fab India, with John Bizzle in 1960s, and not only experimented with textile forms but also in terms of like furniture and so on. So in the left side of the screen we see this jali furniture in which the architectural motifs from the Mughal tombs and palace complexes, the jalis or the perforated screens, are something that is then sort of exported from the architecture to portable furniture forms, is something we see that how this new kind of interventions took place. And there is this other textile that we see in the right side of the screen. It's a bedspread which was designed for Fab India, and in which we see that this part of this bedspread that goes with this parallel lines, and then like then there is a breakage and this diagonal lines are then introduced with the parallel lines. So this is something we can understand as that how Riten Majumdar was sort of thinking in terms of the break from the tradition, but then he was also not denying tradition, but he was thinking in terms of how to build this asymmetry or the break on the top of the traditional practices. So this is something we find, this idea of the duality in which like tradition is acknowledged, it is recognized, it is respected, but then also like certain new interventions or transformations are introduced or infused in the textiles, is something those were done by the designers during this time. So these are different kind of interventions we find that to be there in the textile sectors in 1950s and 1960s, and we'll continue on this discussion more in the next lecture. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Hello everyone, this is Rajarshi Sengupta and we are here in the third installment of our week on fashion in the post-independence India. So in this installment we'll be talking about indigenous textiles and designers interventions. So as you already know that in the last installment we have already started talking about people like Ritan Majumdar and so on, who have not only just Ritan Majumdar, but then there are also other people, the designers who would come up in 1950s and with their education either in India or abroad, and then try to redefine certain aspects of textile making and craft making in the Indian subcontinent, especially in India. And we know that how those were instrumental in terms of understanding how the later designers also made conscious attempt to sort of redefine certain kind of indigenous textiles which have been existing in the Indian subcontinent and in India for the longest period of time. So today our discussion will start with designer Nelly Setna. So Nelly Setna was someone who we find that in the 1950s she went to London and then studied there, and then of course we find that during her stay in the UK she also not only just studied her interest but also sort of documented a large group of blocks and textiles from the Victoria and Albert Museum collection. So as I have mentioned earlier that how the Victoria and Albert Museum came into being, that is the South Kensington Museum that was established 1857, and then later on how it was sort of consolidated into this art and craft museum in the early 20th century and eventually became this Victoria and Albert Museum. And so if this is the history of this museum, we know that this is a museum which holds a lot of artifacts and then design samples and everything else from the colonial period which were collected during this the Great Exhibition in 1851 and the later ones. For that reason, when Nelly Setna goes back to this museum collection, she knows that this is the museum collection which will hold a large group of these samples, and which might help the designers and the artisans in the post-independence India to kind of reclaim certain parts of their cultural legacy. And that is the reason what we find that Nelly Setna had minutely documented a number of those textile samples, the designs on the blocks and everything else, and a lot of those designs were definitely not in practice anymore in the artisanal sectors in India. And when Nelly Setna documented all of them, she brought them back to India when she traveled back, and then she not only just sort of documented them and made them available for the scholar community or the communities of the textile connoisseurs, but then she also published books with all those detailed drawings so that those can be made available to the artisans. And she shared this knowledge with the artisans, the blockmaker communities, mostly in Andhra Pradesh, that time Andhra Pradesh, and of course today how the Andhra Pradesh has been bifurcated. So this is something we find that she was someone who did this archival work, and then she also had her own interest in weaving, and then she thought of disseminating the knowledge that she had gained from studying the archives in London, which was definitely not something made possible in the artisanal sectors in India. So for that reason, what we find during this time, that for those aspects, what we see that Nelly Setna was someone who sort of made this kind of overlappings between research, the designer's intervention, and how that can go back to the communities for betterment in their livelihood and so on. So this kind of this new role of the designer that we find, who were not just designing for their own brand or not designing for their own benefit, but was already sort of invested in terms of to the betterment of the livelihood of the craftspeople in the Indian subcontinent. So this is one of the examples that we find that how the designers, when I say that the designers interventions, I do not mean that this is just about redefining textiles in terms of that how the textiles were used and then how the textiles gained its meaning and then how those were sort of like redefined in according to the designer's taste and choice and preference, which are all connected to this idea of fashion. But then I'm also sort of connecting this idea to how the designer's responsibility was something that made a huge intervention in terms of how the craft sectors managed to sustain, and at a time when there were different kind of like motivations for people to sort of pursue. So for example, like the drive towards technology is something we can understand that was certainly driving more and more people, and especially the people who are aspiring to work in the urban sectors would certainly not be interested in the craft sectors. And so a large group of people from the villages, if they aspire to become workers in the urban sectors, and that is the time we also see that perhaps a lot of people who were sort of involved in the artisanal sectors or agricultural sectors in villages would try to move to the urban centers for in search of better livelihood. So instead of sort of feeding to this idea, we find that there were certain kind of attempts by Nelly Setna and many other designers who were invested in this social cause, and of course people like Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay and Pupul Jaikar, who would try to bring the artisans back to their community practices, so that these practices can continue and then the artisans can also thrive. So this is the kind of like background in which we find that not only Nelly Setna but a number of other people, they also came forward and then they also contributed immensely to this sector of craft making in India. Now apart from those issues, we find that Nelly Setna's work, her training as a designer, and then her interest in weaving, and then of course like her studies of different kind of textiles. So when she studies textiles from the museum collection, it's not just she is sticking to just the ones which are there from 19th century or 18th century, but she was equally aware of the different kind of interventions that took place in the 20th century. And for that reason, we find that she moved effortlessly between the kind of like the scheme or like the requirement in a traditional practice, and then like what an individual designer can do in their own practice. So an example of that we can see in the left side of the screen, and here we find there is this untitled hanging. This is a cotton and wool tapestry that is there on screen, and in which we see that there is this shape which is like this semicircular shape which is hanging, and then from the middle of it there is this rows of this yarn that is hanging. It's almost making it feel like some kind of ritualistic object, but then we do not really know that if this is something that has a fixed meaning, or Nelly Setna wanted to make use of it to convey something else. To me, it seems that there is a conscious effort in terms of using certain kind of material which have been long used in the history, not only in the Indian subcontinent but also part of Middle East and in Europe and so on. This tapestry technique, and in which we see that how this material which was used and then the technique of making tapestry is something that is again incorporated, but then the object that comes out as a result of it, in which we see that there is woven yarn which is there to make the tapestry, and then there is a yarn that is not really woven, but then like this is hang here just as fiber. So this kind of this column of fiber that we find here is something, it's a reminder of the materiality that goes into the making. So it's a reminder of like what all different kind of material that goes into making this kind of tapestry. And a lot of times, since we stress on the final product that comes out of a weaving technique or any kind of technique, we tend to forget that what kind of materials or what kind of techniques might have been used in making certain kind of objects. So when we see there is a conscious overlapping of woven yarn and then just fiber, then we try to understand that, I mean, what is the relationship between them. If the fiber is something that is the primary stage of making this yarn, or it is something that, I mean, after the yarn that has been woven into this fabric, and if it is torn and if it gets dilapidated, then all that remains is those fibers. So it can be something to do with, like, I mean, this making, but we cannot really have a conclusive idea that this is exactly what it means. And this is something we also find, that how this sensibility towards, like, I mean, making things which are not really clearly defined, and something we can see that how in the field of textile making, which was considered as strictly utilitarian, this kind of interventions by the designers that could push the perimeters of understanding textiles. So this is not something we can understand as utilitarian, but this is something, it is in between utilitarian and non-utilitarian items, such as paintings or other objects that we appreciate in the field of fine arts. I'm not saying that this kind of experiments are new in terms of course, like, I mean, in terms of, like, I mean, how the material is used, or like, so the crossover between utility and non-utility, as we see, that is explored in this in this textile, is something that we can understand that had its root perhaps in the Bauhaus experiments and some of the other experiments that we have seen in Western Europe and in USA in the early 20th century. So Nelly Setna is someone who had minutely studied some of those developments in Western Europe and in the North Atlantic world, but at the same time stayed close to the ground reality in India. And that is how we find that her sensitivity towards material, towards making, and at the same time her engagement to the her engagement with the artisanal communities in India, all those things made her position unique. We also find that the knowledge that she acquired from weaving and perhaps from tapestry weaving, and also in terms of using weft threads and the extra weft threads in weaving, is something that is also reflected in the other work she had done. So in the right side of the screen we have a mural from the Empress Towers lobby in Bombay, and that was made in the early 1970s. In this we find that it's a ceramic mural in which, like, ceramic tiles, the small tiles are sort of arranged in a particular way to make this pattern, and it's strictly geometric pattern that we find. But in this one we find that the kind of color that is used, and then the balance between the color, the compositional format and everything else, they have a lot to do with the way in which we understand weaving. So in a way that the kind of themes that we address in this course, for example, the crossover between textile making and architecture, is something that is again seen in Nelly Setna's intervention here, because how her knowledge in textile making then gets translated into making this mosaic mural in the Empress Towers lobby in Bombay. So we also find that during this time Nelly Setna had already, her lower portion of the body was paralyzed, and with those difficulties she never really stopped working and continued to work in her for her individual practice, as well as to empower the artisanal communities in India. And this is a display shot from this exhibition that is titled The Unpaved Crusty Earthy Road, and that was an exhibition of Nelly Setna's woven works, and that we find, and also, like, I mean, some of the things that she had collected. And that exhibition that took place in the Chatterjee and Lal Gallery in Bombay or in Mumbai in 2021. And in this exhibition again we see that what kind of these tapestries, or, like, I mean, the woven textiles that she had made, and a lot of those textiles we find them to be made perhaps as hanging, and very consciously those hangings are made as a way in which we can understand them to be connected to the utilitarian textiles. So for example, carpets, rugs and other textiles which are used in home furnishing, but then the way, like, the asymmetry works out in them, and perhaps, like, I mean, how this overlapping between fiber and woven yarn, those play out in these textiles. So we cannot really sort of categorize them either as utilitarian or non-utilitarian items, but they are kind of in between. And that is something we also find that the designers or the textile artists, when they work with textile, we find this kind of this duality that is somewhere in between, like utility and non-utility, is practiced and sort of emphasized in this kind of works. So of course that Nelly Setna's sensitivity towards textile has also enabled her to respond to this kind of ideas and successfully execute them in the work she had completed. Now the other kind of practices we also find that after Nelly Setna, during, not really after Nelly Setna, but her contemporaries, some of her contemporaries also took measures, and they have attempted to sort of work with the artisanal communities in a much more respectful way, so that not only just the designers but the artisans also get benefited from this kind of collaborations. And them would be Archana Shah, and she was a graduate from National Institute of Design. So National Institute of Design is another institute that we see to have sort of came into existence after India's independence in the late 1950s, in the early 1960s. During this time, we find that the India government had taken measures in terms of establishing a number of institutes. For example, the IITs, the Indian Institute of Technologies, those will come up in the late 1950s to early 1960s in several locations in India. And then there was also National Institute of Design, and of course we also find that IIM and so on, those management institutes would also come up. But then for National Institute of Design, there we find that there was a conscious attempt that was made for producing things and objects which would benefit the people living in India, both in the urban and the rural sectors. And then there was also a conscious effort for the designers to be aware of the rich cultural heritage and at the same time the craft traditions in India, so that how the artisans and designers can come forward and they can work together for certain kind of product making. So we find that some of the graduates from National Institute of Design during this time, and of course in the later times as well, that how they have sort of pushed this boundary of how to sort of work with artisans, and then again this idea of how to treat people respectfully, how to work with the artisans not as someone who was subordinate to the designer, but someone who is collaborating with these designers for making objects or textiles. And this is an issue which we still find that to be really problematic, because this fine line between how we understand respect, how we treat people with respect, but also sort of as work colleagues, is something that we fail to understand in many different ways, and that causes a lot of problem in terms of this kind of collaborations. So some of the people who have successfully collaborated with the artisans, been respectful to them, and not only just worked with them but also did extensive documentation for betterment of their livelihood and also making people aware of this kind of practices, are some of those who we are discussing as part of this module or the week. So Archana Shah is someone we find that after she graduated from National Institute of Design, and she traveled extensively and she worked with the artisans primarily in Gujarat, but then she extended her field work to other parts of the country as well. And in 1981 she came up with her designer label, that is bandage, and of course that bandage, that also means this particular bandhni technique, in which this resist dye technique, in which threads are used for sort of tying small knots in the fabric, and then it is dip dyed, and then that is how we find that the area which was wrapped with the thread has remained undyed, and that is how those patterns are created. So this is something that is called bandhni, and in which tying or bandhna remains at the center of it. it. Archana Shah's designer level bandage is something we find that was perhaps like one of a kind when it was established in 1981 as a designer level, in which we find the designer was working with artisans as collaborators. And some of the ways in which we see that how her extensive documentation and then this prolonged conversation and association with the artisans that have figured into making of these textiles, and what gives the unique sort of identity to these textiles is perhaps that how redefining of this textile that took place. And one of the example will perhaps be in the image that we have in the left side of the screen, in which we find this tunic, that it's a woman's tunic and made in silk, in which we see how the bandhni patterns are used. And perhaps like we can see that how these patterns are there in the body, and how these patterns are differently sort of oriented in the sleeves. And then what we see that in the bandhni textiles, those are mostly used in like the untailored pieces of fabric. So something we see in terms of like the orni, or like the shoulder cloth, and perhaps also in the skirt and things like that. But then when we think about making them into tunics, or like when we have like this untailored fabric and it needs to be made into a tunic, then different kind of arrangements need to be made. And for the designer it becomes crucial to understand that what kind of pattern will go where, or like what kind of the flow of pattern might be useful for particular areas in the body. And that is how like how the sleeves in this particular textile, we find that to be different from the arrangement of the bandhni patterns are different from the arrangement of these patterns in the body. So this kind of calculations and also like these decisions need to be made prior to the making of these textiles, and then like the production also sort of continues or responds to this design decisions. So that is how we find that how the designer's experience, exposure, and then how it comes to contact with like the artisanal understanding of making this fabrics, all of them, they sort of come into play in textiles like this. So these are some of the ways in which we can understand that how the designer's interventions were crucial in terms of redefining these textiles, and also sort of like using certain indigenous techniques and making them available to the audience who were perhaps like mostly living in the urban sectors. This is also something we find that it also reflects that Archana Shah's idea about how we can sort of like take craft forms to the future. And it is about that there needs to be an understanding about what the contemporary society wants, and how to make use of particular kind of traditional techniques, or the techniques which have been practiced by artisans for generations, and how to make a bridge between them. And this is something that Archana Shah has sort of practiced over and over, and that is how we find that she had not abandoned any of these techniques that she started studying from 1970s, but then always with each and every intervention she had tried to redefine these practices. And she is not just the only designer who would be doing this, but then this is one example among many in which we find that how the traditional textiles, the textiles which are being practiced generationally by artisans, are also sort of are always sort of like given new context and meaning with this new interventions. And with each and every of these new interventions, if there is a successful collaboration between the artisans and the designers, then new meaning, refreshing new take on understanding tradition is always introduced. Now the other example in this case would be looking at the Ajrak textiles. And in Ajrak textiles, what we find that of course that this highly laborious printing technique in which like resist printing and block printing both are utilized, and this is a printing technique on cotton fabric that we find that is practiced in the Sindh region. And the Sindh region, I mean now that is in the nation state of Pakistan, and then also like I mean part of Barmer and in Rajasthan, and then also very much in the Kutch region of India in Gujarat. So what we see that I mean this ajrak textiles, which are again as I have mentioned that they are minutely like laboriously created, and a lot of those textiles originally were made for the Maldhari communities, like I mean the animal herders and the other people like I mean who reside in this region. And we see that the ajrak textiles were also made as this untailored pieces of fabric in which these patterns are there, but then these fabrics were used as either shoulder cloth or head covering or turban by this Maldhari community, as we see in the left side of the image. And Elined Edwards, textile historian and textile scholar, has extensively worked on this transition between how ajrak was then utilized by a number of designers to make them into wearable clothes and this ajrak printed textiles. And so from this caste dress, how it sort of transitioned into this new kind of textile which was then used, sort of displayed on ramp, as we see in the right side of the screen. And this is by Anit Arora for the brand Pero, and in which we see how this ajrak textiles that is there again in this tunic that the model is wearing, and that is paired with jackets and scarves which would have like I mean perhaps not really made in the same locality, but then like I mean with the color balance and everything, how they are sort of mixed and matched and to kind of like respond to each other, and by that it gives a new meaning. So with this kind of interventions, we find that certain aesthetics and certain like I mean techniques of production and their engagement with the communities of block printer and sort of dyers are kept intact by these conscious designers, but then also certain ideas were changed with this kind of interventions. So for example, the Maldhari communities or the people in Sindh, they still consider that the ajrak shoulder cloth or the turbans should be worn in the upper part of the body, whereas in this new interventions we see that ajrak printed sari or skirt and all those things, they go beyond the waistline. This is something we find that I mean this kind of changes, they also simultaneously take place with these interventions. We'll continue on this discussion more in the next lecture. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everybody. I am Raghunandan Sengupta. So I'll just give you a very brief excitement area of finance, which is quantitative finance, and that has a huge market starting around about 10 years back, and it is exploding exponentially. So what do we mean by quantitative finance? Quantitative finance is actually the application of different mathematical and statistical techniques in the area of financial markets, be it say for example derivative pricing, be it in the area of say for example portfolio management, be it in the area of asset liability management, be it in the area of portfolio management. We see that the application has exploded in such a way that there is a huge opportunity for people who have a quantitative background in mathematics and statistics. They can utilize those in the area of finance, but obviously with some prior knowledge of finance as a subject. Now when we say about quantitative finance, as I said, it is an area of applied mathematics and statistics applied in financial markets. Use of different areas, if somebody is interested to know, we have stochastic calculus, we have derivative pricing, we have operation research, we have quantitative techniques like differential equations, stochastic calculus, time series, and they are heavily used in the area of quantitative finance as I mentioned. Now we all know that in 1997, the Nobel Prize in Economics, so it's basically the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics was given to the work of Merton and Scholz in the area of derivative pricing. And after that, there has been exponential increase in the area of quantitative techniques in quantitative finance and in the area of different type of derivative pricing. With the advent, moreover with the advent of high-ended and sophisticated computing data, big data has come in a very big way, where application areas starting from computing, from different type of algorithm design have been taken up in such a big way that nowadays at least we are able to understand that how high frequency data algorithm trading can be utilized using the concept of quantitative finance in the area of finance as such. But there is a flip side also. Obviously, when there is a huge amount of development, so obviously due to some regulation errors or something, there has been some pitfalls, which I think should be a bullet point for people who are really interested to take up quantitative finance. They should be aware. So consider the financial crisis in 2008 and later on, and we are seeing different banks are failing, different financial institutions are facing a problem. Countries are facing a problem like in Europe, in USA. So what should be done? So the main thing is that even if you know the technique, is best for people who are investors, who are private players, organizations like banks, governments should use these techniques in a very somber manner, such that the application areas of quantitative finance using the techniques which we learned can be utilized in the best possible way to garner the overall in-depth knowledge a person has in trying to utilize these quantitative techniques in finance. And I am sure that people who have the background, who have the knowledge, who have the sophistication, who have the knowledge of the society can definitely use quantitative finance in a very big way in trying to make their mark in this exciting field, which you are going to see in years to come. And I am sure it will be a very exciting learning tool for all the participants who will take quantitative finance as a subject in years to come. Thank you, and I wish all the participants all the best and best of luck for the programs they will take. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Welcome viewers to MOOC's online course on Introduction to Modern Western Art. This is the last lecture of the third week dedicated to the study of modern sculpture. And in this lecture today, we will be looking at the phenomenon of outdoor sculpture and public art. Now, outdoor sculpture or having sculpture outside a building or a gallery is nothing very new. We have seen that happening in the ancient period. We have seen that happening in the medieval period, in Gothic period, in Renaissance period. So what is new about having sculpture outside in the modern art? That is what we are going to see today. First of all, public sculpture or outdoor sculpture in the traditional art were usually, more often than not, happen to be commissioned art. They were commissioned by the patron, either by the church authority or by a rich person who wanted to have what we call a statue. So usually in ancient times, in medieval time, or generally speaking in the traditional art, outdoor sculpture got equated with the statue or the idea of a monument. But I think the first sculptor to have ever thought of installing a sculpture completely outside any building or gallery, right in the heart of nature, was Henry Moore. In fact, some of the sculptures by Rodha can also be seen installed outside, but it is not so site specific. I mean, Rodha's huge outdoor sculptures could be placed in another location as well. They can be moved to some other place without really disturbing the essence of that sculpture. But in case of Henry Moore, if Henry Moore has decided to install his famous sculpture called The King and the Queen on a small hillock somewhere in North England, in a beautiful natural setup, I'm sure that he had that setting in his mind not only when he was making the sculpture, but also when he was conceptualizing the sculpture. In that sense, a new idea came into being in the history of modern sculpture to give a new character to the outdoor sculpture, and that idea is called site-specific outdoor sculpture. Apart from that, there are quite a few variations evident from the whole practice of outdoor sculpture and public art. For example, if people like Rodha or Henry Moore have always thought about their sculpture in terms of a very permanent and durable material, we also have something like this. Not only that, the location is itself nature, very raw and almost primordial nature, but look at the material with which this particular construction has been made. The material itself has been derived from nature, like twigs or tree branches, and hence the durability of the work is in question. It is quite a favorite practice now, even today, amongst many sculptors all over the world, to create a work of art out of the materials available in nature and leave the work in nature. So it is not only about impermanency of the material, it is also about this whole idea that the work itself may disappear after some time. The work itself is subject to decay, and the work is certainly having an expiry date of its own. But what is important, apart from this temporariness of these works, is the fact that these artists, in contrast to constructivists and all, or minimalists, these artists who are working outdoor, making outdoor sculptures with natural materials, they are opposed to any material that is either prefabricated or a byproduct of industrial growth. So you have the work in nature, you leave the work in nature, and you have made the work with materials collected from nature, like this one as well, or this one. Now throughout the world, if you look at the contemporary art scenario, not only of Europe or America, but if you look at the global art scenario, because of the recent consciousness regarding environment and nature, because of this very urgent idea to make art eco-friendly and nature-friendly, many artists all over the world now have stopped using industrial materials and exploring the possibilities of making artworks. They don't even call or use the term sculpture, they're calling it artworks, So they are looking at the possibilities of making artworks out of natural materials without destroying the nature, without inflicting any damage on the nature. And then you also have this very user-friendly kind of sculptures, but located in nature or maybe in a park, where once again, like Alexander Calder's works, these sculptures do not have any serious or overloading conceptual or philosophical content. They are light-hearted, but at the same time, they are also a kind of statement about how one relates oneself with nature through a work of art like this or like this. These are obviously not real mushrooms. They are like images of mushrooms created with, again, earthy materials like clay and installed in a way that the work almost submits itself to the nature, to the ground. And please note that works of this kind do not have, or rather do not need to have, any pedestal. That is also very interesting. They are directly rooted or installed in the ground. And when you have a huge kind of artwork right on the earth itself, that kind of work is not only site specific, it is also called land art. Or look at this one. Somebody has simply collected pebbles of various kinds, of various shapes, and arranged the pebbles in a way that they create a visual or visually delightful form. And if you look at the tail portion of the construction, you will see how the density of the arrangement of the pebbles is getting reduced to the extent that it evokes a feeling that you are letting the pebbles go back to the nature from where it came from. So there is a continuous attempt at relating the outdoor sculptures located in nature with the nature itself. In that sense, in modern art and contemporary art, artists who are working in nature, they are not using nature only as a context, but they are trying to give back the work to the nature. Now, on the other hand, we have a wonderful practice in outdoor sculptures in an urban situation, in the context of a city space like this. And of course, Alexander Calder should be remembered once again for having installed some most beautiful outdoor sculptures in an urban space like this one. So Alexander Calder's works, one feels, is very suitable in a given situation like this in an urban space. It could be also looking very wonderful in the natural space, but going by the present day kind of approach to artworks in nature, any kind of use of industrial materials would come under severe criticism. You also have this kind of outdoor sculptures which are simply huge enlargements of extremely ordinary and common objects like a clip or a feathercock, but once they are hugely enlarged and magnified in scale and installed in a particular place, they assume neither the status of a sculpture nor the status of a monument, but an artwork which is delightful. Delightful not in a derogatory sense, not in a superficial sense, but significantly this sense of delight in sculpture was something that many early 20th century modern artists were not interested in. If you look at the works by Giacometti once again, definitely his works are not delightful. His works are supposed to evoke a sense of anxiety, but these works are supposed to evoke a sense of delight and fun, like this one as well. Some of these outdoor sculptures or artworks are meant to be interactive. I mean, it is not just to be seen, but these works are to be interacted with in terms of either walking through the sculpture or passing by or touching, or maybe even using the sculptures as functional objects like furnitures or benches to sit on. And this is how in the public space, like in a city square or on a railway platform or in front of a shopping mall, sculptures and particularly figurative sculptures become the companions, your friends, a human companion. And this once again extends the functional value of sculpture when you see them in the public space. So outdoor works and public arts, they have some functions, some values which are beyond their immediate aesthetic appeal. And particularly when you think of that, how common people and public get engaged with a sculpture like this, then of course we realize that how the whole definition of sculpture is getting expanded, is having different layers of usability, and at the same time it's becoming more and more appealing to a large number of people, irrespective of whether you are trained in looking at art or not. So a sculpture of this kind in a city square may not have a deep and intense conceptual content, but it can be simply a delightful structure, a delightful object to look at, and thereby enhancing the visual environment of an otherwise dull and monotonous cityscape. Look at how, with hundreds of umbrellas hanging on the top, can change the environment below of a pathway in a city. So already we have seen how the idea of sculpture has expanded itself, how the idea of sculpture has redefined itself, not only by adding and experimenting with new materials, but also by allowing a new concept of sculpture which cannot be called a sculpture anymore, but it is so fluid in terms of its original content that we don't call it a sculpture, but we don't feel hesitant to call it an artwork. Alexander Calder once again. One more. Now this is an interesting work where the work seems to have got integrated with nature, despite the fact that these parts in this work, in this sculpture, are made out of steel or industrial product, yet visually it doesn't really disturb the natural environment. So that is again a possibility. Then somebody like Christo made this famously known as Valley Curtain in Colorado, USA in 1972, literally hanging a huge curtain across a valley. So the point now is not to debate on whether it can be called a sculpture or not. The point is whether you can accept it as a work of art or not. If you can't, you should have your argument why it is not. If you can, then still you have to say why you think it could be considered as a work of art and why history of art has accepted Christo's works like this Valley Curtain, or Christo and Jean-Claude. It's a collaborative work between them. Christo with Jean-Claude made a huge installation of hundreds of umbrellas in California and Tejon Ranch. They made this in 1991, and it was a huge project. And once again, of course, you are looking at it, if you are trying to think of this work and discussing this work from the point of view of the traditional notion of what a sculpture should be, then this work is certainly not going to satisfy you. But along with the history of modern art, if we are able to make ourselves and our perceptual ability as flexible as the artwork itself, if we are able to kind of redefine our own expectations from an artwork, I am sure a work like this by Christo will surely not only satisfy us, but will enable us to enjoy more different kinds of artworks which are absolutely different from the typical artworks that we see inside a gallery or inside a traditional building. So conceptually speaking, and of course materially, sculpture or the idea of a work of art has gone through some radical changes in mid-20th century. For example, when Christo wraps up this whole building called Reichstag in Berlin, it is this wrapping of a building, this old traditional building which is the center of the power, German power, itself became a work of art for a few days or a few weeks, as long as it was there, and hundreds and thousands of people came to see, also because it was a spectacular sight. And definitely when somebody wraps up a whole huge government and official building with synthetic cloth, and then of course we can't say that he is creating a sculpture, but definitely he is creating a work of art. And if you're still not happy with this word artwork, let us say Christo is creating a new visual statement, and definitely it is contextual, and definitely it created a huge visual impact on the viewers who came to see that spectacle. Now outdoor sculptures will have usually one or many of these following features. Number one, they might be permanently installed in a specific site, also known as site-specific sculpture. Outdoor sculptures may be integrally related with nature and earth, and hence this kind of sculptures are subject to the changes in nature. In fact, they are also known as land art. Third, temporary works for a limited period of time. Plenty of such works are happening now all over the world, in outdoor or in public space, where a certain work of art or a sculpture is kept only for a few days. Once it is removed, not only the context but even the relevance of that work of art is lost. In that case, we cannot call them a sculpture, or cannot also have them a very general term like artwork. We use a different terminology for that kind of work, and it is called installation work. So the temporary works for a limited period of time, where non-permanent mediums are used intentionally to ensure its short life. There are many public art and outdoor works which are deliberately made non-permanent. Sculptures thus made are left to decay, disintegrate, and disappear eventually. Fifth, there are a lot of outdoor works which are made interactive, where playfulness and a light-hearted quality is the strong character of these works, mainly to engage the public freely without any conceptual or physical baggage. So you can see a sculpture like this, where the inner form is basically made out of maybe clay or earth or stone, but what is important here is that the artist allows a moss to grow over the sculpture, and this is where nature takes over, because you can't control that, and the artist would not like to control the growth and spread of the moss on the sculpture. So if your core sculpture is permanent and fixed, then what is happening over the sculpture is unpredictable, is non-permanent, it is changeable, and it will provide new look to the sculpture with the changes in season. And lastly, we may look at a wonderful attempt at, which has become very famous, and a very recent work which happened just 3 years back in Birmingham, where a Brazilian sculptor, Nele Azevedo, arranged 5,000 little ice figurines on the steps of Chamberlain Square in Birmingham, England, to remember the men and women lost during World War I, including the civilians. The melting, ghostly figures placed by volunteers created a truly haunting image, and they were crowned by a red figure that seemed to drip a trail of blood down the steps. So first of all, the very idea to use ice as your medium for sculpture is extremely significant in the context of this work. Not that ice sculpture is something new. For many years, ice sculpture and competitions of ice sculptures is happening in many places in the world, like China and other places. There are artists all over the world who are extremely kind of skillful in doing ice sculpture. But for them, once again, ice is visually a very different medium to work with, creating a very different translucent and a transparent effect. So it's basically a technical and visual aspect of ice that appeals many sculptors. But what Nele Azevedo, the Brazilian sculptor, is doing here is she is exploring the very quality of ice, the tendency of ice to melt away once it is left in normal temperature. And that is what began to happen with her ice figurines. The sculptures began to melt away. The way hundreds and thousands of soldiers and civilians simply disappeared from this earth due to World War and, generally speaking, human violence and brutality. So this is a very interesting piece of work where not only the context is public, but also the medium is ephemeral. Also, it is almost like a performance that it happens over a period of time, and once all the figures get melted away, the sculpture is over, like this. And before it gets completely over, what you see here is mutilated, deformed, and decaying bodies. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Welcome viewers to MOOC's online course on Introduction to Western Movements and Artists. This is the fourth week, and the first lecture is dedicated to the understanding of abstract painting. And in this lecture, despite discussing briefly the concept and nature of abstract painting, we will be also looking at a few specific examples of abstract paintings by a selected number of painters like Picasso, Alcali, and Raphael. But as we have seen, that along with Cubism, a new form of picture making came into being in the very early part of the 20th century. And we have seen that in those paintings, they carried very essential or no solution at all of any figurative representation of heat. It is in this sense that in these kind of paintings, we fail to identify any particular object or figure within the painting. And as such, these paintings are, generally speaking, known as non-representational paintings, which is another name for abstract painting. So, what we witness here is a gradual disappearance of any tool to identify any object or figure within a painting, and that compelled the viewers to consider the possibilities of abstract art. That is, it is still possible, as it has been understood Brings us to a very, very fundamental understanding
Hello, good morning everybody. I am Raghunandan Sengupta. So, I will just give you a very brief excitement area of finance, which is quantitative finance, and that has a huge market starting around about 10 years back, and it is exploding exponentially. So, what do we mean by quantitative finance? Quantitative finance is actually the application of different mathematical and statistical techniques in the area of financial markets, be it say for example derivative pricing, be it in the area of say for example portfolio management, be it in the area of asset liability management, be it in the area of portfolio management. We see that the application has exploded in such a way that there is a huge opportunity for people who have a quantitative background in mathematics and statistics. They can utilize those in the area of finance, but obviously with some prior knowledge of finance as a subject. Now, when we say about quantitative finance, as I said, it is an area of applied mathematics and statistics applied in financial markets. Use of different areas, if somebody is interested to know, we have stochastic calculus, we have derivative pricing, we have operation research, we have quantitative techniques like differential equations, stochastic calculus, time series, and they are heavily used in the area of quantitative finance, as I mentioned. Now, we all know that in 1997 the Nobel Prize in Economics, so it is basically the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics, was given to the work of Merton and Scholz in the area of derivative pricing, and after that there has been exponential increase in the area of quantitative techniques in quantitative finance and in the area of different type of derivative pricing. With the advent, moreover with the advent of high-ended and sophisticated computing data, big data has come in a very big way, where application areas starting from computing, from different type of algorithm design have been taken up in such a big way that nowadays at least we are able to understand that how high frequency data algorithm trading can be utilized using the concept of quantitative finance in the area of finance as such. But there is a flip side also, obviously when there is a huge amount of development, so obviously due to some regulation errors or something, there has been some pitfalls, which I think should be a bullet point for people who are really interested to take up quantitative finance. They should be aware. So, consider the financial crisis in 2008 and later on, and we are seeing different banks are failing, different financial institutions are facing a problem, countries are facing a problem like in Europe, in USA. So, what should be done? So, the main thing is that even if you know the technique, is best for people who are investors, who are private players, organizations like banks, governments should use these techniques in a very somber manner, such that the application areas of quantitative finance using the techniques which we learned can be utilized in the best possible way to garner the overall in-depth knowledge a person has in trying to utilize these quantitative techniques in finance. And I am sure that people who have the background, who have the knowledge, who have the sophistication, who have the knowledge of the society can definitely use quantitative finance in a very big way in trying to make their mark in this exciting field, which you are going to see in years to come. And I am sure it will be a very exciting learning tool for all the participants who will take quantitative finance as a subject in years to come. Thank you, and I wish all the participants all the best and best of luck for the programs they will take. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Hello everyone, I'm Rajesh Sengupta and we are at the week 12 of our course Indian Art, Materials, Techniques and Artistic Practices. So this week is the concluding week for our course, and this week we'll be talking about the multimedia approaches, which is a continuation of our discussion from the last week. So in the last week we have spoken about some of the developments from the in 1940s during the time of India's independence, and continued until 1990s or 2000s around that time, and have seen that certain kind of practices, how there were many back and forth in terms of how the question about material, the question about the imagery, all those things have emerged in artistic practices. At the same time, how establishment of certain kind of institutions, for example MSU Baroda or NID in Ahmedabad, and then later the other centers, all of them have contributed largely to the making of the contemporary art and design in the Indian subcontinent, especially in the independent nation state of India. Now this week we'll be talking about the multimedia approaches, and I will be focusing more from 1990s until today, that there are certain things that we need to keep in mind, that what are the key developments during this time period. So from the 1990s we find with the new liberalization, with the this new growth in economy, when India was so called like opening up to the world for the different companies to sort of have more newer kind of collaboration with the Indian market, at the same time with the workforce, then we find that there were increased use of technology in many sectors. So for example, we see rapid industrialization in terms of the textile sector. Then we also see that how machinery making, development of software and everything, they have also emerged with the new liberal this approach in Indian economy. So with that we also find that there was a tremendous growth of the urban economy. So if you remember in the last 2 weeks when we spoke about the in the early 20th century, the nationalist approach, like when we see the people who were in favor of the British rule to decline, then we find starting with Gandhiji and other people, and then even during the first few decades of India's independence, we find that there was a considerable stress on the development of the rural sectors in India. Now I cannot say that the rural sectors are ignored after 1990s, but what we see, there was a disproportionate rise in terms of how the urban centers came into prominence. So the metropolitan cities and then some of the other urban centers who specifically were well known for industry or education, so they came into the scene. And this growth of the urban centers, that we also find that how people from various rural background, they can be from the artisanal sectors, they can be from different group of people who were arriving in the urban center for education, for work and everything else. They have also shaped the socio-political situation during this time, and that also started reflecting on the art market. Now with that we also see that there was increased movement in terms of that how many Indian artists, designers, they started traveling abroad. So something that we have discussed in the earlier week as well, that how people like Ritan Majumdar, people like Nelly Setna and the other artists like Ghulam Mohammad Sheikh and all, they have traveled abroad and they have interacted with the different sectors of art and design making all across the world or several parts, and then they brought those knowledge back to India. And that is how we see that there were different kind of conversations which were happening between artistic practices. So that is something we see this time as well. But we also find that West, like especially Europe and North America, were more and more opening up, like in terms of the galleries, the museums, they were more and more opening up to recognize the contemporary, I mean the Indian artists and the designers from this time. So before that, we definitely have some of the path-breaking exhibitions. Some of the landmark exhibitions will include like textiles and ornamental arts of India in 1955 at the Museum of Modern Art in New York, and several other exhibitions. But from this time, we find that the critique, the curator, the art historians, they have also stressed on the contemporary art making in India, and not just the things which are from the history or some of the stuff which have the artisanal background. So this is something we find that it was certainly a new kind of development in terms of Indian art, and also how the market relation, the relationship between the artist, curator, educators, designers, art historians. So that sort of started changing, and a more dynamic conversation started shaping up from this process. Now, with that, we also see that slowly there was discussion about new media, and by new media strictly, which is understood at least from the late 1990s and early 2000s, that the media which were traditionally not incorporated in the artistic practices. And by artistic practice, I mean that the artistic practices which started from the mid 19th century in the colonial art institutions. So the traditional paintings, sculpture, printmaking, installation, so those things were there. But at the same time, then we find that in the idea of new media came to represent a group of technologies which were previously not incorporated in the artistic practices. So as I have already mentioned, that in the 1990s, this decade marks a huge importance in terms of how technology is incorporated in our daily lives. So there is no surprise that technology also became an integral part of art making. So during this time, we find that there are more experiments with audio, with video, and then certain so for example, that I mean, if there are moving images, if there are audio files, how they are also been made as part of the so-called display in the white cubes or in the gallery spaces and the museum spaces. So this is something that definitely requires attention from all of us to understand it differently from the earlier art making. However, I would also like to be critical of this word new media. So when there is this term new, we always need to question this idea that new compared to what? New compared to when? So these are some of the questions we need to ask. And if we see that, I mean, how technology, which was already in use in the in the Indian society, that was absorbed or that was incorporated in the artistic practice, this tendency, we should not find it to be a new approach, because even previously, whenever we have for example, if we think about like the rock cut architecture, so the technology of carving the rock and looking at the wooden structure, so that had also reflected on the contemporary art making or making the architecture. So we should not think that this newly emerging technologies and their reflection in the art is something that is new. So strictly speaking, that when we speak about new media, we mean like this technological interventions into art making, but we always have to be careful about how we make how we use this kind of terms. Now, talking about new media, what are the kind of representations we talk about? So I'll start this discussion from this one particular work by artist Nalini Malani, and that was not displayed in 1990s but from 2013, and from there we'll slowly go back in time and come back again. So in this work, as you can see that, I mean, it's a drastic departure from the works on canvas, the works, the sculptural works and so on. So in this one, what we see that there are some of those fiberglass cylindrical shapes, those are hanging from the ceiling. So instead of like, I mean, having them on the gallery wall, the walls are always been very important in terms of the gallery display, as we can see, for viewership. But here it seems like, I mean, more than the walls, we find that, I mean, this hanging projection from the ceiling, they get its importance, and that is something that we can think about it, that how the shift from the wall to the ceiling, something that is not displayed vertically on the wall but vertically from the ceiling, that is a different approach in terms of how the artists think about the space. Then we see in this fiberglass cylinders, there are hand drawn images, and then there are light projected onto them, and that is how like the images are reflected on the walls. Now what happens in terms of like when there are those multiple cylinders which are in action, and then there are motor attached to them so that they constantly revolve. They do not stay in the same place, but they revolve like those the prayer wheels in the Buddhist monasteries. So when we see that is happening, then we see constantly the images which are projected onto the wall, they keep changing. And for that, and since this is a transparent surface, this solutions about identity in the newly independent nation state of India in the 1940s, 1950s, and then slowly her exploration about this identity politics, her position in the society. So this superimpositions, and then this you know, identity which is always in flux, which is not something that is constant. So those things got reflected into the way these images are also constructed, and they transform. So this kind of motion and movement is something that is not just there as part of like the technological exploration, but it is very much part of it's very much part of the concept that the artist put forward for the viewers to see through it or to appreciate it. In this work, we also find that images like this one here, as we can see, that this is an image of a Britisher killing a tiger from the back of an elephant. This is a well-known Kalighat image that is there now in the collection of the Victoria Albert Museum. So some of those historical images, they also make their appearance in this highly complex works. And if we think about like the medium where it is painted now, so if the earlier image was painted on the paper, and then this is now painted onto this transparent surface, which is then projected onto the wall. So altogether the history is brought back to the contemporary times, but at the same time the context is changed. So there is a back and forth between that. So this also comes to address like some of the complexities during our times, that how much we are keeping the parts of the history with us, and how much that is transforming with each and every transformations or changes in our society. So those kind of questions we find they are put forward when this advancement took place in the Indian society, and how those technologies were embraced and critically assessed by the artist for creating this dialogue with people, with history, with culture, and of course addressing the issues of identity. So with that, we also find that during 1990s that there was also, as I have already mentioned, that a large number of people, they started moving from the rural sectors to the urban centers, and that also prompted a move of the artisans, so-called the folk artisans, the ones who are situated in the villages. So they in a large number we find that they have started moving to the cities. So something we can think about that how in the 19th century the Kalighat patuas were also functioning, but this time we find that this kind of activity was happening all across India, and some places like Delhi Haat, Shilparamam in Hyderabad, and the other craft markets, they almost became the hub where many people from the entire nation they started coming, like many artisans. So that also gave a new dimension to the field of the contemporary folk art in India, or like, I mean, whether we can call them folk art or not. So those questions come into being. So from the 1960s we find that there were several such kind of like the so-called folk art practices which came into prominence, and then like, I mean, people like Jagdish Swaminathan, whom we have discussed in the last week. So people like them, they have also put considerable effort to highlight some of the artisans like Jangar Singh Sham, who came from this from the Gond community. So things like that were happening. From the 1990s we find that people like people who came from this community backgrounds, like the artisanal communities, some of them were also received, some of them have also received training from the institutional art practice and from these art institutions, and that is how we find that how they have also contributed to the making of this new kind of folk art which is suited for an urban audience, and some of the examples we can see here. So this is an image by Gopal Saha, and this is called the Selling Paintings to a European Tourist in 2004. And in this one we find that this is acrylic color that is used on paper. So instead of using earth pigment or you know, like the mineral colors, we find this readily available acrylic color is used here on paper to show something in the format of the traditional Madhubani paintings. And if we think about the theme is basically how it shows this one European tourist who arrives in this village perhaps, and then there is an artisan who shows you know, the Madhubani painting. So this is a painting about the process of selling painting. So this is something that certainly we can see as a theme, how that actually is a departure from the earlier works, because the earlier works would perhaps indicate certain events from their socio-cultural background. Sometimes we definitely see that the changes in the society are also recorded, but a painting about the process of selling painting or about the process of making painting or artwork is something that is certainly unique that we can find, and all those things happened after this new kind of dialogues came into being. Now this is another image that we find, and this is by the celebrated worldly painter Jivya Soma Mashe. And then Jivya Soma Mashe's works, we see that, I mean, how they have also you know, those works, they celebrate this stick like figures which are drawn with the rice paste on the mud walls of the worldly village. So here what we see that this is again, it's a acrylic on paper, and this is not about the traditional agricultural process or the village life, but this instead shows the process of coal mining. Coal mining is also something that in that part of Maharashtra is also a prominent occupational sector, and of course that, I mean, there are many issues that we find there, that how the local people with the governmental bodies there are always. So as I have mentioned earlier, that how Jivya Soma Mashe, this celebrated painter in Worli, from Worli, then how he has also successfully incorporated some of these questions about material, technique, and some of the practices which were already been there in the Worli region of Maharashtra. So as you can see that, I mean, he has those celebrated the stick-like figures which are drawn with rice paste on the mud walls, and now we see that how those figures come to represent something that was certainly not there in the earlier paintings. So here we see the coal mining process instead of seeing how the agricultural process and the depiction of the socio-cultural life there, and the gods and the goddesses, how they are presented in these paintings. So it's a departure from there for sure, and at the same time we also see that, I mean, how there was a shift in terms of the profession, that the loss of agricultural land, and then how the coal mining had also became more and more prominent in these regions. So this artist like Jivya Somamashe, so they have made an effort to comment on this change in the socioeconomic situations in the 1990s, in 2000s, and how their training in this particular processes like making of the worldly paintings, how that have enabled a new kind of expression which can certainly be distinguished from the contemporary urban artist in India. And here what we see that there is a deliberate use of acrylic color to replicate the effect of mud wall. So that is how, like, I mean, the gestural marks of the mud walls, those are deliberately made here, like as we can see all those gestural marks are also left in the background of this image. And then acrylic color is used for replacing the rice paste that is used with the stick to make those stick like figures and these large narrative scenes. So this kind of activities we find that how this change in the socio-political situations, the economic situations, cultural situations, and more importantly the move of the rural artisans to the urban sectors, more and more interaction between the urban market system and the buyers with the rural sectors, that started making changes in terms of how we see the so-called folk art. And a lot of times, whereas like the artisans are identified within their community, people like Jivya Somamashe, Bhuribai, then of course Gopal Saha and many others, we find that how they have also charted their path as individual artists and not artisans. So this kind of discussions they were put forward by this larger socio-political changes that started happening from the 1990s. Now during this time we also find that there was a tremendous effort in terms of recontextualization of the traditional artistic practices, so or like the traditional artistic techniques. So in one hand we certainly see there was a drive towards moving beyond the traditional works like painting, sculpture, installation, graphics and so on, and moving towards the so-called new media. Then we also see that there were artists who have recontextualized the use of some of this traditional media of expression. So here we have Zarina Hashmi's work which are called the Letters from Home, and all these works are made from woodcut and letterpress print. So these are this entire series was actually developed in the 2000s, and what we find that Zarina Hashmi she had expressed her this memories and experiences of reading and keeping the letters which were sent by her sister from the city of Aligarh in Uttar Pradesh. So we find that, I mean, after the partition of India, then her family stayed back in Aligarh, but there was this, and part of her family moved to Pakistan, this newly constructed country, and then what we find that, I mean, after this time that she was also in constant move between Thailand, in France, and then eventually she ended up in the USA, in the east coast of USA. So during all her this movement, she also missed out on a number of changes in her hometown in Aligarh, and so what happened that when her sister wrote about those changes, like when their ancestral house was sold, when their mother died and everything, so those things she could not really be there in person. So that is the reason what we find that those letters became historical document for her, and then she overlapped those letters with maps of places. It can be city maps, sometimes there are like plan of houses like this one, or like a shape of a house like this, where the letter is securely kept within the house, the shape of the house. So this kind of imagery we find that much more sort of immersive, meditative, and the images which were created by woodcut or letterpress. So the language of print was incorporated as part of making this kind of personal archive. So this is what we find in Zarina Hashmi's work, that how this medium of woodcut, letterpress, and sometimes intaglio and all, which she learned in Thailand as well as in France. So those were recontextualized in terms of how they were how they came to serve as fragments of memory and history from her home. So this is another work by Zarina, and what we see, this is called the Book of Travels. It was made in 2012, and it is an accordion book. So accordion book is also something that we find in the field of printmaking and paper making, and what we see that there is this one line which sort of continues in the entire book, in this artist book, and there are no other text, nothing, and the line is sometimes broken, it is dismantled, and then like again it continues. So is a gesture perhaps, like how the barbed wire, we also find that sort of marks the boundary between lands, and also like through travels how we transcend those boundaries. So for her, in the Book of Travels, in this artist book, this kind of ideas or this kind of concern about the line, its ruptures, its continuation, and their relationship to her life, those things came into on surface. And the language of woodcut is also something that contributes to these bold lines, sometimes crude, sometimes disruptive. So how the technique is then that helps the artist to come to this point of exploring these practices. So we'll continue more on this practice, and at the same time, like some of the other issues in the contemporary art in India in the later lectures. Thank you.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Hello everyone, I'm Rajesh Sengupta, and we are continuing our discussion on the multimedia approaches, the second part of it or the final part of it now. So we have already started talking about some of the artists who have recontextualized some of the traditional means of expression or the traditional media which were already been there. So if Zarina Hashmi's work, we find that how that recontextualized the use of printmaking, then the other artists perhaps we see would be Paula Sengupta, and then Paula Sengupta's work that we see on screen here, and this is all these works come from this one particular project which is called the Rivers of Blood that was displayed in 2009 in Mumbai. And in this work what we find that how the printed works, like for example here we see how the works which were printed on paper, etching prints, then those were framed, but the frames were not displayed on the wall like the traditional display of paintings and prints. Instead of that, all of them were kept as books and then they were placed onto tables. And so this work, what we find that, I mean, then in this work, like the printed this images, they actually came to represent almost like a book of recipes, or like, I mean, a place where you get to know about different kind of food. So on this work also, like the making of the work, we find that multiple intaglio plates or the etching plates were overlapped, and this deliberate overlap that also gave rise to this complex images, which also that, I mean, as in this particular set of works or this project, Paula Sengupta had spoken about her roots in East Bengal, which is now called as Bangladesh, and then how in this particular work that we see, which is around this table, it is about recipes, about cooking fish. And in Bengal, as in East Bengal and in West Bengal, there are different recipes of making fish, and there are also those differences which are celebrated, sometimes those are fought upon, and so those issues, what we find that, I mean, those were also brought together on this same table about the recipes. And then how those printed images, those came to represent the book of recipes, or almost like, I mean, a place where people can sit and flip through menu of a restaurant like space. What we also find that, I mean, how this printed images were celebrated, that the same prints were then used in other displays as well, or like, I mean, the same prints can also go onto the wall. So when the print, like, I mean, print allows those kind of movements that, I mean, one image can be made in multiple editions, and since there are overlapped prints, so then we find that there are many possibilities or flexibility in terms of constructing, dismantling, or like reconstructing images. So, and when the same print that appears on the table in the horizontal plane, that the same print which appears here, when it goes up to the wall, then it also gets a new context. So that is not something that just adds to the thematic of the shared identity which Sengupta had spoken about, but also about how it also celebrates, or like, I mean, it also indicates to the fact that how printmaking makes this kind of shift, or giving different context to the same set of images. So this is something that we certainly do not see, that how painting or works which are exclusively done by hand singularly can serve. So this is how we find that, I mean, when how printmaking was recontextualized by artists like Paula Sengupta. So, and in addition, we find that, I mean, these artists, they have not stopped in terms of looking at one particular medium for expression, but there are multiple kind of things which were brought together. So as we can see, those the cupboards here in the right side of the screen, and here we find that there were two cupboards which were made, one for her father, one for her mother, and how the fabrics which some of the fabrics which came from her family, those were then incorporated with some of the constructed fabric by her. and then there are also like the family heirloom and a few other objects which came from which came from her family. Those were made as part of this installation. So in other words, what we find that this idea of object that gets a high significance, that some of the objects which already has a history attached to them, some of the objects which came from these deep experiences, the experiences of loss, the experiences of travel and everything else, so they were then made part of the this artistic projects, something we definitely do not see much in the second half of 20th century. So these objects many times which are addressed as so-called found objects, so those are the ones what we find that those objects were already existing in certain families, in certain socio-political and cultural situations, and then they were taken by the artist, and many times we find that how those objects, their histories and the memories attached to them were enhanced by the artistic interventions. So the identity of the object was not compromised, but they were sort of kept in conversation with the works that the artist would produce. So in this way, what we find that there was also a discussion about what is the role of artist in our society. So it is not just about artists who would make those artworks, it is not just about displaying the works and justifying them, but it is also to engage with our histories, with our memories, many things which are not really addressed in the institutional narratives, in the institutional archives, and the artist became much more involved and invested in gleaning those narratives and making them as part of their artistic practice. So talking about the use of history in the works, what we also find that people like in the 1990s, we also see that something else was happening, perhaps not in India but across the border in Pakistan. So what we see that in the NCA, or the National College of Arts in Lahore, which was previously the Mayo School of Art, that I have already spoken about in one of the earlier lectures, that how Mayo School of Art was one of the significant colonial art schools in the Indian subcontinent. So this National College of Art, where we find that there was a training program for miniature painting, and in this school we find that this artist Shahzia Sikandar, a Pakistani artist, then she has moved to the USA and she lives and works there. So what we find that Shahzia Sikandar has looked into the making of miniature paintings, and we find that in her many experiments and explorations that the use of text, use of imagery, use of imagery directly from the history, those things were brought forward in her images. So her the technique of making the works, we still find that is painstakingly following the making of miniature paintings the way she had learned, and then of course she had extended that into drawings, and then we also find that how the things like making video, making installation, and very significantly the use of animation, which also came only after 2000s or from the 1990s in the field of art making. So before that we definitely have animations, but they functioned in a very different sphere. So they were not usually considered as part of the art making practices. So those things we find that those were brought forward, that she started her practice practice, Shahzia Sikandar, she started her practice from the the technique of making this Indian miniatures, and then she extended that to things like animation, making videos and everything. So in the left side, in the upper left, we see that there is an image of Shahzia Sikandar making these paintings, and here we see that this fine needle like brush that is used, and some of those brushes, as we also know, that those were described even in the Mughal atelier as like how the squirrel hair brushes are used, and the selection of the squirrel hair also that is also a specialized process. And then with that, the brush that will be made, the tip of the brush, and that is used for making the minutest of the lines, like the hair, each and every wrinkle in the skin and everything. Those things can be made with the use of this kind of brushes. So we find that kind of training which survived in some of the cities with this Mughal history, for example in Delhi, in Lahore and so on. So those knowledge were passed on to Shahzia Sikandar, and then she had utilized that, and she had recontextualized that to express concern about the changing world around her. And so taking that as an example and how that was also incorporated as part of her animation practice. So here is a still from her animation which is called The Last Post, and that was an animation work which was displayed in 2010. And in this one was this particular work was about East India Company's intervention and the opium trade in China, and of course in the Indian subcontinent. So what we find that she had looked into, and she usually does this, that not only just looking into but directly quoting images from history. So something that we find that is also present in Ghulam Mohammad Sheikh's work. So what happens for Shahzia Sikandar is that she directly quotes images, certain images which are recognizably from either Mughal miniature, from Vasholi miniature and so on. So those images are then recontextualized in her work without losing their original context. So in this one, what we find that she had also used this the Mughal architectural framework, and here we see that this is a darbar scene, usually like the window, the Jharoka window through which the Mughal the kings or the emperors would appear to the audience. So it can be a Diwani Aam or a Diwani Khas complex. And so what we find that all this recognizably Mughal flora on the wall with all the elaborate decorations on the panels as well as on the columns and everything else. And at the center, what we find that there is a recognizably British official who's depicted here. So from the image of this British official, why it is recognized, it's because of this red coat, which is synonymous with the British officials. And what we find that, and of course, in the South Asian visual culture, we certainly associate that with that. So what happens here is that this particular image of the Britisher is found from one place, and then this particular scene about this Jharoka window is also found from another place, perhaps one from a painting or an oil painting perhaps, and then one is from Mughal miniature. And then these images, instead of doing some modification to them, they were almost they were put together almost like doing a collage in painting, so that the character of the Mughal miniature is not lost, the character of this British figure is also not lost. Now what happens when an artist does this kind of quoting? So they certainly recontextualize the images from the history, but at the same time they also can have the creative approach towards re-looking at the history, something that we perhaps do not see in the institutional history writing. So in this particular work, what happens is that we find that this figure of this British official, this company official, it emerges, and then then at one point we find that it totally dismantles, it just vanishes, and then there is a rebuilding of the form. So something she also had spoken about, and she had mentioned that how the transformation of this recognized forms into something else is something that she is deeply interested in. But what also happens here, that how this transformation of these forms, that we do not really see that in the history, but in this artistic reconstruction or retelling of those pasts that we can find. And through that there are newer approaches for us to look into history. There are new approaches for us to think about what are the roles of the historical narratives in our lives today. So what we see here, if there is this part of the man which is present, and then the head is then in the process of being exploded. So, and that is the reason the head is not shown in this particular still. And as I have mentioned that this still comes from an animated video. So that is how the transformations are depicted and they are played with. So from there also we see that some of the artists like Ghulam Mohammad Sheikh, who had started working from 1960s, and we have already mentioned that how people like Sheikh, Jyoti Bhatt, Swaminathan, they were in the 1970s, they started thinking what are the use of tradition, how do we think about the renewed use of tradition in our societies. So it was certainly different approach from the way we think about the Bombay progressives, as we have already discussed. And then we see that Ghulam Sheikh is involved in terms of how different traditions in India, that can be from the folk traditions, that can also be from some of the images like the miniature paintings, how those images have their context and how those contexts actually help us to understand our own position in the society. So this is an image that we find, and which is called the covered, and covered is it is a particular tradition of work that we find in Rajasthan, where those painted wooden box like structures, they are carried with the storytellers, and then those boxes are opened and we see that there are images in the interior of those images, as many doors that open, and there are more things to see in them. So that particular idea we find that was appropriated by Ghulam Sheikh, and we find that those certain characteristic features of this covered, those are also kept here, which bears this recognizable trace with this with this tradition in Rajasthan. And here we find that there is this how the doors they have opened, and then there are clamps to hold the doors. So it allows further movement of these forms. So this is something we find there, and within these forms there are more images. So it depends on how much of the doors you open and where you keep this opened doors, and so depending on that you can make your own narratives out of the painted images. And what we see here, that the traditional painting process is used for making those paintings on this on the wooden surface, but at the same time we also find that inkjet print is also used here, right? And how those prints are used alongside the painted imagery. So it is not really like the painstaking work is printed on inkjet print and then pasted there, but it's a deliberate decision to have those differences, that certain way of doing the painting that might resemble that method of doing the covered in Rajasthan. But then there are also shift in terms of how the artist position is different from the artisans. That is also something that we find, that those were also, you know, incorporated as a dialogue in this work. So in this work, I mean, as we can see that there are image, I mean, this entire idea of this wooden box like form, and which comes from covered, and Ghulam Sheikh also deliberately keeps the title of the work as covered to have that reference with this Rajasthani folk form. But then, like in terms of the use of images, we find that there are various images which are recognizably from different painting traditions. So for example, this particular figure that we find that appears in the depiction of Hamzanama in Akbar's atelier. So that kind of images, those we find that, I mean, they would have their presence, because Ghulam Sheikh is also an artist who had deeply studied Mughal miniature, various other miniature paintings, manuscript paintings, and so on. So to bring certain images from his library and putting them together in this wooden cupboard is something that comes from his practice, from his experience. At the same time, that also argues for understanding this kind of works differently from how the works would be traditionally perceived by the viewers. So these works, in some ways, that, I mean, they not only bring these connections to the audience, but also ask the audience to know about this different kind of traditions that and the historic painting practices. So in other words, that these artistic practices serve as bridge between the learning about history, at the same time to be thoughtful and critical about our present. This is another work by Ghulam Sheikh, and in this one what we see that this work sort of like, I mean, had its reference from this particular boat, which was drawn by Nansuk, this celebrated artist from Guler and then Kangra, and this image was done in the late 18th century. So in this image, what we see, that there is this boat which almost looks like this Noah's boat, and where we see this royal figure seated, and then part of the landscape of this land is there in this boat. So like part of the hill we find, and then there are part of architecture, greenery, and people, all of them are there in this boat. And then we see the boat is in the middle of a river. And as we know that, I mean, the rivers in this region, in Kangra and in the Pahari region, they are turbulent, and so this is something that, I mean, this ideas, those were reinterpreted by Ghulam Sheikh in this work that we see in the right side of the screen here. So this work, what we have, this is a digital collage print. So the print is made, I mean, the entire work is made from collecting different images, putting them together digitally as a collage, and then that is printed. So in this one as well, we see that this idea of the water that is enhanced, like this idea of the turbulent water that is there in Nansuk's drawing of this river. Perhaps this is Bias, and then this idea of this turbulent water is then extended, and it sort of marks all the margins of this print. And then what happens in the center, what we see, that there is this boat which is recognizably from this Nansuk's drawing. But then there are certain things which are different. So if there are like, I mean, these royal figures that we see in the two ends of this boat in Nansuk's painting, so there are two images that we see in this painting as well, and one image is of Gandhi here and another image is of Kabir, Sant Kabir. So what happens here is that, I mean, the ones who sit in this two crucial points of a boat, they are considered to be the one who show us the way, and they also monitor the movement of the boat, and if it is in turbulent water can also stand as a reminder of a time which is turbulent time. And so those things, if we see that, then these are the people who are the most important ones to show us the way, whoever is there in this in the boat. So for that reason, keeping Gandhi and Kabir as this two crucial figures in the two ends of this boat is something that we can imagine what he attempts to say through that, and perhaps, like, I mean, this how these two people were deeply engaged in intercommunal harmony, and at the same time learning from people also disobeying the societal hierarchy, the caste hierarchy, and all those things. Those things we perhaps see that those things are emphasized by putting these two crucial figures in this boat. And also we can imagine that how both of them, they have spoken about peace, and then these two figures who are placed in this turbulent landscape, how making of those two figures against this landscape, that or the waterscape, we see that how this idea of peace has been emphasized. And of course, there are also a set of images that they come from various historical backgrounds. I mean, from Renaissance, pre-Renaissance, early Renaissance paintings to Mughal miniatures and so on. All of them we find that to be there. So it's almost like an assemblage, something that we also see here, but in very different terms. And of course, this recognizable this hill structure that we find, it is here as well, which bears the a direct link between Nansuk's drawing and Ghulam Sheikh's this printed work. In the distance we see there is a land, and since, like, I mean, we see it as a small strip of land there, it seems like a dreamland, but this is basically, it's a collage of Ghulam Sheikh's hometown Surendranagar in Gujarat. And of course that, I mean, when we see the current political situation, the socio-political situation, and especially in this part of Gujarat, then also that comes into question, that, I mean, whether this is a land that is dreamt of, whether this is a land which suggest a peaceful, harmonious future, or whether, like, I mean, we need to have intervention into think through this situation. So this kind of questions, we find that those are brought forward by people like Ghulam Sheikh, Shazia Sikandar, Paula Sengupta, and so on, and these questions have always been in conversation with history, and also that allowing or compelling the audience to educate themselves with the various images, various artworks in the history, to appreciate and to understand what is happening in their work. So it's a different kind of practice, I'd say, that it's a deliberate practice which requires a different kind of attention from the regular display of works which were there in the late 20th century. We'll continue more on that in the next lectures. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this piece of literary snippet. We usually know William Shakespeare as the most revered figure in the history of English literature. But we often tend to forget that he has also been one of the most hated figures in literature. And here I'm not talking only about those boys and girls who have to memorize long sections from Macbeth or King Lear or Julius Caesar before they can go and sit for their school or college exams. But I'm also talking about people who are themselves quite famous authors. Tolstoy, for instance, considered the writings of Shakespeare to be, and I quote, crude, immoral, vulgar, and senseless. George Bernard Shaw absolutely loathed Shakespeare, as he did Homer. But perhaps no other criticism about Shakespeare is more damaging than the one which says that Shakespeare is a marvelous storyteller, provided someone has told him the story earlier. Now, this piece of criticism is particularly damaging because it is true. None of Shakespeare's plays contain any original story whatsoever. They are all written using pre-existing materials, pre-existing stories. Now, does that diminish the stature of Shakespeare as a dramatist? Well, I'll leave that for you to decide. See you in the next episode of Literary Snippets.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Welcome students to the online NPTEL course Contemporary Architecture and Design. So in the previous class we started discussing about internationalist movement, and we have seen few examples of Ludwig Mies van der Rohe and Philip Johnson's house, and then we will continue with us with some other examples of architects like Le Corbusier, who was also who started working, who has a great contribution in the internationalist movement, and later also he have examples in brutalist movements and other movements as well. In the timeline, if we start placing internationalist movement, so it's in the transition of phase 1 and phase 2, as we are discussing in the earlier classes, and the concepts of internationalist style was carried forward in the monolithic, which is in the phase 2, which sometimes we don't even connote to the term monolithic, so it's a continuation of the internationalist movement. And then in the phase 3 there was internationalist approach was also there, with some iterations in the especially in the tensile, where form and functions are together, and brutalism and metabolism. So a lot of internationalist styles were also translated into these two expressions as well. So that's why we were also discussing that internationalist style from this time onwards, there's a holistic, there's a single thought, which is like design should not be contextual, and it's like a particular visual style which is minimal, and less, which is less is more, which is connoted by Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, should follow, and that is what the high modern or the late modern or style was talking about. That is how the modernism was, in one word, modernism is connoted, because before this there was a lot of different styles, and it actually started with two opposite styles, and even in the phase 1 there was a lot of different styles which it does not follow each other's philosophy. So that's why from internationalism onwards, so there's a holistic one single thought which is which has the perception of the high modern or the late modern styles. Now here also we have looked that this is the internationalist style, and which actually has some influence of from Bauhaus and also the machine movements, machine aesthetics, and which carried forward in the later phases of architectural styles. Now we have seen that it was started in the laissez-more is the term, and started around 1930s, and with a few of its examples which we will see with the other a few of the characteristics which we will see today with the other examples, where the prefabrication, machine aesthetics, modern materials and techniques, which is predominantly steel and glass, modularity, rectilinear form or the pure geometry, and black and white and grey, these are the colors, and the purity of the texture which is there, and the visually lightweight cantilever steel-ted structures which we have seen in Francois House as well, and interlocking free-flowing spaces and juxtaposition of plates which is acting as a free space, or the overhang of the roof is there. Now again, if we talk about internationalism, one of the pioneering architect is Le Corbusier. So Le Corbusier have given a concept of internationalism in the building, in architecture. So there has to be characteristics of internationalism, 5 different elements of internationalism which will give all these which will evoke the sense of internationalism, which is like lightweight, which is floating, and then the pure colors and some the forms and all these the style of internationalism he depicted with this 5 elements. So he called it 5 point of new architecture. It's the new internationalism of internationalism. So these 5 points are pilotis, which is the term for the columns, free ground and free facade, ribbon window and terrace garden. We will discuss what these means. Now pilotis is elevating the mass of the ground through on a column. So the ground floor will be something like this, and this top floor will be elevated on the pilotis or the column. Now this pilotis can also be on top of the building, like we have seen in Francois House. So this is we are seeing these columns in the Francois House, which is supporting the overhang of the Francois House, and it is floating on the ground, and there is another plate in front of the Francois House. So these are again the pilotis which is visible from outside, which shows the structure, how the structures is flowing from the support, and also it gives the anti-gravity effect. So this is also there in the free ground. So when these pilotis are added, so that frees the ground, and so this ground floor will be freed, and the ground floor will be mostly for greenery and for car parking, and will give a floating effect. For here also it's 1.6 meter which is floating in the this platform is floating from the ground. So this ground is also green, and it does not hamper the ground, and in Francois House. And in the other examples, we'll see the Villa Savoy and other examples by Le Corbusier himself. So he is doing the same thing and freeing the ground, and it also gives an anti-gravity effect when you free the ground, and this is a structural the visually heavy surface, and when the ground is free, it looks very lightweight in the structure. So, and the free facade. So here what the meaning of the free facade is the separation of load bearing columns from the walls, which is subdividing the spaces. So the wall and the load bearing structures, or the columns, load bearing columns will be separate. So here in the previous examples also we have seen it is there. So if we look at in the plan of the Barcelona Pavilion's structural columns, and then are there, and then few elements as wall which is not even encompassing the spaces are there, which is not touching. If you look at the Barcelona pavilions plan, which is there in the previous lecture, you will see that even in the from the elevation it will also be there. From François House, which is designed by Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, Barcelona pavilion is also designed by him. You will see the structural members from outside and a glass curtain wall which is inside. So there's a little gap between that which does not fall together. And also in the next example we'll see from the plan. So in the Villa Savoy we will see the partition brick wall is here, but the structural columns are there's a distance between these two. So and also through the structural column it can freely flow in a different angle, different direction as well. So this does not has to follow. So this, if this is the column, these are the column, it should not touch the column, it might not touch the column, the brick wall, and it can freely flow if the through and free flow from any spaces. So it does not coincide with each other, and that is what the free facade concept is there. So we'll see some with the other examples as well. We have seen it before in the previous example of Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, and here in the Corbusier's work also it's there. Then ribbon window, because we were freeing this facade, so there is a possibility of making a ribbon window. So if these are the structural columns in plan, I am drawing the plan, and then this is the wall. So instead of putting through and through brickwork, we can put a through glass work which is visible from inside or outside, visible from both the sides, and there can be a full glass curtain wall, and that is how in the François house as well. So there was a through and through glass work which is inside the column. It can also be outside. If it is outside, so if this is inside and this is outside the building, so if the glass is outside, you will see a ribbon window, and the through and through glass from outside, you will not see the column. And in François house, what is happening, this eye sections or the columns are here, and this is outside and this is inside, and the glass is through and through glass is here, and from outside you see this columns which is coming up in front of the building. And if in so these are the examples of free facade which is not touching this partition wall, which can be brick, which can be glass, is not touching the structural grid. This is the structural grid, this is the columns grid. And if instead of these cases, structural grid or the columns follow the same line of brickwork, if we put the brickwork over here, this brickwork or the window is getting punctuated. So if there is a window, it will be punctuated by a column. Again, the window will be punctuated by a column. So in elevation, you will see these kind of windows in elevation. But in case of these, so you will see a through and through glass window. Totally, it can be glass. Or in these cases, so you will see a glass box, a total glass box which is behind the column, and from outside you will see few columns. But visually you will see a total through and through glass block. And here in these cases, you can make also a ribbon like window, which we will see in his example of Villa Savoy. So these kind of windows which is through and through, but because the columns are going behind the window. In terrace garden, what he's Le Corbusier is saying, what you are taking from this ground, so you put that on the garden. So the greenery is on the top of the roof is also should be features of international style. But this is followed by Le Corbusier, but not extensively followed by other architects. But most of these other examples are in other forms, are there in other architects' work as well. But terrace garden was his own interpretation with the point of architecture, because what you are taking from the ground, from the nature, you should put it on the roof in different levels. So with the example of Villa Savoy, so this is a building designed by Le Corbusier himself, which is Villa Savoy, which is famous plan of the Villa Savoy, which you can see that the ground floor is elevated on the column. So these are the dots which is represented as columns. So if you're from not architecture background, so it might be a little difficult, so I'm explaining it. Cutting it in this level, especially it's a little below from the eye level, human eye level, and seeing it from the top. So here if you see these dots represent the column, and this is the wall. So if you look at carefully, the wall is actually, so if you look at, these are the structural members. So wall is not touching the structural members. It could have touched here, but there is a gap, so that the column will be visible from outside. And also this is not following these straight lines, so this is freely flowing. So this is the free facade, and the ground floor plan is actually derived from the car parkings, cars turning radius. So this is the garage, and three space for 3 car parks are there. So the turning radius of the car is actually giving this shape. And if you look at this shape, this is also a part of the semicircle or the cylinder, and which is also very geometric, and in plan it is a square. So and in elevation you see, because of this height, you see a cuboid, and in plan which is a perfect square in this design. Now if we look at all these 5 principles or 5 points of architectures are followed in here. So pilotis is there. So if you look at this is the pilotis, and which is giving the anti-gravity look, because this is visually a heavy mass which is getting, and which gives again this structure looks very lightweight. And then free facade, just now we have discussed. From here you will also see a free facade which is like structural grids. You can see this is behind this elevation line, and facade in the top floor as well. So here also this is the top floors on this first floor's plan. This is the structural grid which is going, and this wall is in front of this grid which is not following the grid. Again in this you will see there's a gap between these two, and because of this gap he can achieve a through and through ribbon window. So if you look at this window, there is no punctuation or no gap in this window, because the columns are coming and passing behind this window, and you cannot see this, and you see a ribbon of glass, and which is not penetrated and not punctuated by any other element. So that also gives a sense of minimalism, because whenever there's a one material, you will see from outside there's one color you will see, and there's no break. So lesser the visual elements are there, lesser visual elements are there. And terrace garden will have some look within that, and these are the parts where the terrace gardens are there. So from top if you look at, so these are the gardens and terraces which is there, and small gardens are added on top of this terrace. And also if what this part what you are seeing is added on top of this roof, which is like a free flowing visual wall which does not encompasses any room, but this is just a wall which gives a volume on top of this building to balance it visually, because you are seeing a mass which is kind of a central part, and then if you add a little part which balance as a counterpart of this void, and this is only added as a freestanding wall with a punctuation within this part. Now the Villa Savoy is in Poissy, France, and the ground floor is designed based on the turning radius of a car which we were discussing, and the modularity of the pure color was there. Again it is white, and from outside you see this ribbon window, and again play of solid and void is there, and from outside you see this structural grids, and which is also visible from outside. Now if we compare the Bauhaus, which was before internationalist movement and internationalism together, so we see a lot of similarities, because there has a similar visual vocabulary, and internationalism is closer to the Bauhaus rather than the other movements of phase 1. Now, in Bauhaus, we have seen a pure box-like structure, and here also internationalism is also talking about the same box or rectilinearity. And the material in the Bauhaus is at Fagus board factory by Adolf Meyer, and this is the Bauhaus building. So here also you see this glass curtain wall, and from outside you see the structural members, and that becomes the machine aesthetics, becomes the visual language. And here with the three colors, the gray, white and black. Black is also used in Bauhaus buildings interior, and this steel members are painted black is also what we see in the internationalism. This white, black colors are there, glass curtain wall is there, and also the material's own color and texture is exposed and was shown as an aesthetic element. Now, if we look at the concept of free plans, which is there in all the examples of internationalist movement, which is there in the Johnson House, and also there in the Le Corbusier's Villa Savoy, and also there in the Francois House or Mies van der Rohe's Barcelona Pavilion, comes actually from few examples of Bauhaus and or Deistigel movement. This is the building we have discussed earlier, Schroeder House by Gerrit Rietveld, which falls under Deistigel movement. We have discussed in the Bauhaus and Deistigel movements. You might have identified this Rietveld chair which we were discussing, designed by Gerrit Rietveld, which is there in the Schroeder House. So if you look at the Schroeder House plan, so this is the first floor's plan of Schroeder House, and Schroeder House talks about the visual palette of breaking the composition in different grids of straight line and putting one colors palette, and putting primary colors like red, blue and yellow. You will see blue, red and yellow, and with black and white in the interior as well, so which looks like a Mondrian's painting and other painters painting of the Deistigel movement. So in the Schroeder House, what Gerrit Rietveld have done, so if you see, this plan is also a free plan, and within that this composition is not so there is a composition of one single canvas. Now inside this, if you look at, so this is divided into different lines. So these are the lines, and here different colors are added. Now here, if you look carefully, this is the partition wall. After putting the partition, these are the partition walls. So the partition walls breaks the spaces whenever it is required. So this is without the plan, without the partition wall, when you don't draw these partitions. But if you draw this partition wall, this becomes a particular space, this red floor patch. So if you take this panels out, and this divides this space. So this space is it can also be free when you fold this partition walls inside this wall, and then you can also take the partition wall out and then divide the spaces. So this actually comes a precursor of a free flowing plan which was there in the so here also you can see this is a partition wall. You can take it out, so it can be a room for you for the use. So this kind of thing is explored here in the Johnson House. Instead of this kind of partition wall, they have used curtains to divide the spaces, or the free wall, which is kind of a curtain, a free flowing wall which is not passing through the building or through the structural members, which is like a curtain, is dividing the space, and which is meandering around the columns, which is also a kind of a connection between this Bauhaus or the Deistigel movement from internationalism, internationalist style. Now internationalism is also there in the industrial design, and industrial designs, many of the new era of modern industrial design came from the internationalist movement. The industrial design imbibed this style, and then later on there was different other styles which came from this industrial internationalist industrial design, was carried forward in the modernist next phases. and also those were some parallel movements which is there in the architecture as well. So again, in like architecture, minimalist internationalist approach is there in the industrial design as well, and steel and other materials as a functional and aesthetic material is also there in the product and furniture design. Fit for the contemporary living of the studio apartment. Now these studio apartments are the concepts which emerged from the free floor and the meandering spaces which blended with each other, which we have seen in the architecture. So industrial design, the interior and the furniture complements the architecture which is there in the industrial design, because what architects where the architects leave, industrial designers take from there and start the designing the interior and the furniture. So the concept of which evolved from the architecture and also is there in the industrial design or the furniture design. So they have the same kind of it's revolved around the studio apartment or the free flowing spaces of the living style. The living style and the paradigm was changing from Bauhaus, the Jerry Treadwell's Schroeder house, we are seeing the change, and then in the Francois house it's extreme where living spaces and all the spaces does not have any boundary. So the interior design or the industrial design was designed because of this contemporary studio apartment style, and which acknowledge the spatial constraints. And also we see the modularity which is there in the structural grid which we were seeing in the architecture. This modular proper rhythm is there, and then it's also talking about the purity of the texture and the purity of the color, which we will also see in the industrial design. In the modularity we see the fit for any spaces, which is internationalism. So the furniture will be designed in such a way that this furniture should be fit for any kind of spaces, any kind of volumes, and any style of room, because they are eliminating all the ornamentation from the furniture. When you create a cube without any ornamentation, you can place this cube or box in any places, because it does not talk about a particular style of the previous era. When you start making the ornamentations or some decorations, then it talks about a particular style and put different kind of colors, then this should match with a particular, if this kind of ornamentation or some other ornamentations is there in the cube, then these ornamentations should also be there in the other context. Otherwise in the room or the floor somewhere, then it will blend with each other. But when you eliminate the ornamentation, then this cube is fit for any context, because it does not talk about a particular style. Instead of this ornamentation, if you put a Saracenic or Moorish ornamentation, then it should go with a Moorish style of design, or you put an Egyptian decoration, it should go with an Egyptian style of building. So if you don't put any ornamentation, that will go with any style of architectural style. Now again same thing with the color. If you put blue color here, then that will go with the blue tone of the building or the blue tone of the interior design, the blue a particular color palette. But if you show the real texture or the true texture of the material, then it will blend with any kind of spaces. Or if you put the gray tone, which is black, white and gray, then it will go with any color, because black does not have any color and white has all the colors together, and gray has equal amount of all the colors. That's why these gray tones, the achromatic color can go with any color palette. So that's why these colors, pure colors and the pure textures and the achromatic colors are used. Now against the obsession of ornamentation of the design, as we were discussing, because this is an internationalism in furniture design, so all the elements, all the ornamentations were eliminated from this design. Now in the internationalism style, one of the pioneering industrial designer was George Nelson, who is the founder of American modernism, and you must have seen a few of his designs already, because he is the first person who have conceptualized the cubicles of office spaces. Now what happened, and actually it started from the Chicago movement, so we have seen the office spaces has the free spaces. Also in the internationalism style talks about the free floor plan. That is, we have discussed free floors in the residential spaces, but in the office spaces also it is there. Till now the office spaces, whenever a particular company purchases office spaces, they purchase a free floor. There won't be any partition walls. Now whenever the employees goes within the office, they need the cubicles. So all of you must have seen the cubicles. The first cubicle of an office space was designed by George Nelson. So he gave the concept of the cubicle and all the necessary elements for an office worker to work within that cubicle was given. So this cubicle is actually not a furniture, it's a very small room, and all the furniture will be within that space. So it's designing, it's kind of extrapolating the design of a particular furniture. So it's assembly of furniture which is creating a workable space within the big chunk of free space. So each and every employee will have this particular unit. So this is also talking about the modularity of the design. So each of every unit will be the same thing, and each will have its own working independent working space. So one chair and few working desks and file storage with work tables and chair and other visual partitions, so that it cannot be hampered with the others. And so it's kind of a room which are there for each and every employee. Now each of these spaces, if you look, can be modular, because you can freely add another element, another cubicle over here, you can add another cubicle on the other side. So it's modular in nature. One module is there and then it changes. Now there is another concept of meta design. We will discuss this after a few slides. So whenever you design a modular furniture based on the need of each and every person, based on the working style and based on the type of work each and every person is doing, there can be a slight change which can be done. So design is not fixed by the designer. So designers are giving few options to the users and users are selecting. So if you look at the cubicle 1 and cubicle 2, there is a slight difference. The storage is over here in the cubicle 1, in the cubicle 2 the storage is over here, and then in cubicle 1 instead of the working space is on this side, and in cubicle 2 the working space is on this side. So designers is not fixing a particular design, and it's giving the freedom to the users to customize the design according to their need. So this is the design concept which is given by George Nelson, and who's who say this is the Action Office series, and Action Office series 1, he have designed many other series of office cubicles. When this is a design catalog, so there will be a different kind of office will purchase different kind of cubicles. So one cubicle Action Office 1, which is the first design of his, won the Alcoa award for the new concept. Right now these concepts are very common in the office, but when he first visualized this concept of modularity and customizable elements within the module based on the need, and which fits into the contemporary internationalist style of free space, was a very innovative approach of him. So that's why he is very much celebrated in the industrial design fraternity, and he is the founder of American modernism. He wrote a book which is called Tomorrow's House, and gave the example how the tomorrow's house will be envisioned. Now in this book, this is an illustration. You can see a free space which is a box like space, and that has to be divided within the in the space. It has to be divided within the with the furniture. So this is a kitchen, dining room, hall, living room, boys bedroom, and other spaces. They are kind of flowing with each other, and he is giving a concept of storage wall or the partition wall, which will divide. So this is the partition wall which will divide few spaces. Even in the Farnsworth house, if you remember, Farnsworth house only has a storage cupboard which is dividing the bedroom, not even the room, the bed spaces. So this kind of concepts he is also giving in the, and he have designed it in the industrial design domain. So, and the modularity, because of the modularity and studio apartment or the free flowing space within architecture, this kind of concepts were evolving, which is what he is designing for the office spaces, for the free flowing office spaces, and he is the cubicle, which is the solution for the free flowing office spaces. He is giving a solution for the free flowing residential spaces, which is the storage wall. Now he was also associated with the Herman Miller company, who have this company has many other famous designers like Noguchi, and was also associated with this company. And this Herman Miller company also designed a famous Herman Miller chair, which we see as an office chair, which is very ergonomic in nature, and you must have seen that office chair, which is not designed by George Nelson, but this Herman Miller chair is very famous, and it's a very famous company in industrial design. So in this design, these two are designed by George Nelson. If you look at, so this also has the similar vocabulary of what we have seen in architecture. This has a little gap, and it also has an anti-gravity look, and this is a juxtaposition of different cuboids, also the true material, and different cuboids are interpenetrated by by different planes, which we are seeing in the Farnsworth house or the Barcelona pavilion. It's also in the coming coming within the industrial design. And also the modular approach is there, and also here you will see that the heavy volume is just supported by only 4 slender steel structure, and this heavy volume is just supported by 2 small lines, which also gives an anti-gravity look. This space is given also for this cantilever, and which looks like a cantilever overhang, and also the true materials texture is used. And here also if you see the services and the functions are also visible from outside, and that's not covered, and the steel, the new material is also visible. Again, you will see this floating element which is on top of this, is not resting on the surface, is again have given the has the sense of anti-gravity look which is there in the architecture. Now this is the storage wall, what he was giving in this concept of tomorrow's house. So this storage wall is a similar concept which he is applying in the office, and this is the concept which is getting applied in the residential building. So this is a storage wall, one type of storage wall what he is designing, which also has a modularity. So in this storage wall he is also again giving the freedom to the customer to choose according to their need. So this is a module, and which is equal to each other. So if you look at this distance, instead of this module you can replace this module as well. So instead of this you can have 2 of these, and these 2 modules are the same. So you can, instead of this design, you can repeat this inside this, and you can play with according to your need. And it can also be this part can also be replaced by here, and if you need more closed spaces it can be closed even. So the openness and everything, so he is just giving an option of the structure, and then everything is on the user. Even in today's kitchenette and the modular kitchen, the same concept we use in the today's kitchen design. And this is one solution which is on top of the wall, and it can also be a this kind of modular cabinets, which also we see in the modular cabinet, which everything is closed. And this talks about the need of this today's life, which is also one is acting as a partition wall, and the next is like storage spaces, which are this poster which is there for this Herman Miller modular wall. This talks about what was the requirement of all these thing to be stored, and it talks about the customer's need of storage and what is the solution. So this talks about this picture together in this part. In this part it talks about the requirement, and in this part it talks about the solution. And now there's some other examples of George Nelson's design. So this is a coconut chair and marshmallow chair. Both are designed under Herman Miller's company's tag. And here also, if you look at, so this chair is very minimal in nature. So from top, so whatever is on this top is the same thing is there as acting as an armrest. So there's no different design for the headrest and the armrest. So it also talks about the minimalism, and it comes in different color, and it's just a plate, and this steel frame is supporting one single plate. And if you look at the marshmallow chair, it also has a modularity, and marshmallow chair also can be elongated. So if you add few more circles, it can be elongated, and it can be a long sofa, and if you delete, it can be a single seater chair. Now it also comes in pure black, which talks about internationalist approach, and the steel frames are visible. The structural system from outside, you can see the every structure which is painted in black are visible, and that is the aesthetics of this chair. And it looks like marshmallow. Different marshmallows are there, which is acting as a cushion. Here also you see the pure geometry, which is circle, which is getting repeated, and the thing of solid and void, and it's also has a